A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Sports Development Cell, Shillong College, I extend warm greetings to each and every one of you, the students, the teachers, the invitees. It is a delight to also have amongst us distinguished guests, panelists, principals from schools, the vice principal of the college, esteemed members of the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association. We are especially honored to have in our midst Shri Rakam A. Sangma, Honorable Education Minister, Government of Meghalaya, who has kindly consented to be the chief guest of today's function. We are also privileged to have with us Dr. S. Khongwir, Principal, Shillong College, as the guest of honor. Before we start, I would like to request Shri C. Amle, President of the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association, to kindly escort our chief guest to the dais. I would also like to request Shri Kermen Yuria, Advisor of the Association, to escort our guest of honor to the dais. And Shri S. Lato, Joint Convener of the Sports Development Cell, to take his seat on the dais. Okay, now we will be having the presentation of mementos to the dignitaries. I would request the President of the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association to present the memento to our chief guest. I request the advisor of the association to present the memento to our guest of honor. We shall begin this program with the welcome address, and I now call upon Shri C. Amle, President of the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. I am highly honored and feel privileged to have been given the opportunity to deliver the welcome address. Taking a morning further and to begin with this program, I welcome you all to this prestigious event organized by the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association in collaboration with the Sports Development Cell, Shillong College, focused on the theme Physical Education from School to Sports Excellence. And I hope it will be a powerful initiative to foster deeper understanding and commitment to the growth of physical education in our state. At the very outset, I extend my deepest gratitude and warmest welcome to our chief guest, Sir Rakam A. Sangma, Honorable Minister of Education, Government of Meghalaya. Sir, your gracious presence this morning is a strong reflection of your continuous commitment to development of youth, sports, and education in our state. We are truly inspired by your vision and leadership. Your support encourages us to push boundaries, to think bigger, and to build a stronger foundation for our future generations through sports and physical education. I also take pleasure in welcoming our guest of honor, Dr. S. Kongwer, the principal of Shillong College, whose academic guidance and commitment to holistic education have always uplifted our efforts. A warm welcome to our moderator for today's panel discussion, Shri Pensingalang N. Jarwa, the Assistant Professor, Shillong College, who will skillfully guide today's session with clarity and depth. Allow me to extend individual and heartfelt welcomes to our distinguished panelists, Shri Bantailang J. Kharshandi, the MCS and Director, School Education and Literacy, Government of Meghalaya. Sir, your presence brings policy wisdom and vision that connects education and sports on the ground level. I would also like to welcome our very own Professor Lakhon Kama, Director, Sports Department, NEHU. Thank you, sir, for sharing your vast experience and field experience in physical education. A warm welcome to you, Professor. Your academic and practical experiences in the field of sports and education add immense value to this discussion. I would also like to welcome Ba John F. Kharshian, the working president of Meghalaya State Olympic Association, and also the Secretary General NISA. We deeply value your commitment to nurturing sporting excellence in Meghalaya. Sir, your continued efforts in promoting Olympic values and institutional support for athletes across Meghalaya are truly commendable. We are privileged to have you with us, sir, today. I would also like to welcome Shri Arki Nongrom, the founder of ISMG, Sports Management and Data Analytics. Your work in sports management and athlete development is a beacon for the next generation, and we are honored to have you with us today. I would also like to welcome the Vice Principal of Shillong College, Madam Ian Dekhar. Thank you for your continued collaboration and encouragement, ma'am. And also I would like to welcome the Principal of Higher Secondary Education, Shillong College, Madam El Pathau. And also Madam I Kharkrang, the Vice Principal of Shillong College Higher Secondary Education. Your role in bridging academics with sports deserves high appreciation. Welcome, ma'am. We also like to take this opportunity to welcome the principals, the vice principals of various schools, and my dear colleagues of Shillong College. And also I would like to welcome the representative of various sports associations across Meghalaya, across the state, our dedicated coaches, trainers, and sports managers who are the true mentors behind our athletes. Our enthusiastic students who are the heartbeat of every educational and sporting initiative, I would also like to welcome you all. Our respected members of the association, your hard work and unity have made today's program possible. To all dignitaries, guests, faculty members, and participants, thank you for being here. Together, let us commit ourselves to empowering youth, strengthening sports infrastructure, and promoting a culture of physical excellence starting from our schools. Let today's discussion inspire real change, connect ideas, and drive us all toward building a healthier and stronger Meghalaya. Thank you, and once again, welcome.
Thank you, Shri Siimle, for that warm gesture of welcoming all to this August gathering and for setting the tone of today's program. To inform us more on the theme and the objective of today's program, I am pleased to call upon Shri Kirmen Yuria, advisor of the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association, to take his part at the podium.
Good morning, students, teachers, ladies and gentlemen. We are honored to have the chief guest, Shri Rakam Sangma, Minister in charge education, as a chief guest. Dr. S. Kyrwoh as the guest of honor, and other dignitaries. It is also a privilege for me to be part of this program as an advisor and to stand before you all. Let me share a note about this particular program. Today, I stand as the advisor of the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association. It's been 2 years for me as an advisor for this association. And in 2 years' time, I have learned so many things about this particular subject, which is not my subject during my college days. And I would like to emphasize the importance of sports and physical education, especially for students' life and youth's life. In this era of technology and academic pressure, it is crucial for everyone to recognize physical activities as it plays an important role for each and every one of us, especially for the overall development of students and the youth. In addition, as we are also concerned about social evils in our society, as society, we are all concerned about the rising numbers of drug addicts. There's growing evidence that physical exercise can be a powerful tool in recovery. Therefore, I believe that addiction is a treatable health condition. Regarding the National Games of 2027, I would also like to share with you that physical education is also important. As you may know, by now the best way to prepare for the Games is to think ahead as much as possible. Let me be blunt this morning. When I found out that one department of the government of Meghalaya has sent a letter informing the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association that they can be part of this program, I'll tell you I'm so disappointed. I would like to share this with the minister concerned, who is also a member of the cabinet of the government of Meghalaya. I am raising this as a concerned citizen of Meghalaya. I would like to urge the Directorate of Sports and Youth Affairs to know about the importance and contributions of physical education. Physical education significantly contributes to the development of sports activities by fostering essential physical, mental, and social skills, establishing lifelong healthy habits, and promoting a deep understanding of sports and their associated values. And through physical education, students learn the values of discipline, teamwork, leadership, and perseverance. They develop the ability to set goals, work hard, and strive for excellence. And we all have heard about a common English language proverb: an apple a day keeps the doctor away. However, I am telling you today, regular exercising will keep one away from diseases and chronic illness. So before I resume my seat, let me also read out the aims and objectives of Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association. The aims and objectives of the association shall be popularizing physical education and sports amongst the youth as a way of life, create awareness and consciousness of the subject physical education and sports in the state, physical education as an integral part of the curriculum at the primary level, secondary colleges and universities, imparting knowledge and identification of sports talent and nurturing of the identified talent at grassroots level. Assessment for the upliftment of physical education pursuers in the state, abiding with the interests of the nation in promoting physically fit citizens, providing knowledge and awareness to every citizen of the importance of physical education and sports, create a society in which all individuals enjoy an optimal quality of life through appreciation and participations in an active and creative and promoting positive lifestyle, develop motor skills, acquire necessary knowledge to physical activities, and cultivate positive values and attitudes for active and healthy lifestyle, to promote the spirit of certain qualities like sportsmanship, team spirit, leadership, patience, self-restraint, cooperation, sociality, and those other qualities of character and citizenship. And the objective of today's panel discussion center around the theme, physical education from school to sports excellence. The purpose of this discussion is to explore and understand how physical education, when introduced and nurtured effectively in school, can serve as a foundational step toward building a pathway for sports excellence. Examine the importance of integrating physical education as a core part of the school curriculum, not just as a subject, but as a means to instill knowledge, discipline, fitness, and teamwork in young minds. Discuss the transition from basic physical education to identifying talent and nurturing athletes who have the potential to excel at state, national, and even international levels. Understand the roles of educators, coaches, parents, and policymakers in creating a supportive ecosystem that encourages participation, provides access to facilities, and promotes a sporting culture from a young age. Address barriers such as lack of awareness, infrastructure, or prioritization of sports, and seek collaborative solutions. And finally, to draw the insights from experiences of our esteemed panelists who bring a wealth of knowledge from both educational and sports domains. Let this be a meaningful exchange of ideas that inspires action and reforms to truly bridge the gap from physical education in school to sporting excellence on global platforms. And I would also like to thank the executive committee, and all the members of the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Organization for their continuous efforts to build the nation to physical education. And especially, I have, who is now as a friend to me, the General Secretary, who's been pushing me to be part of this association. And day one, when I joined them, I told them that, I won't be 24/7 free for you, the association, as I am, because I am a journalist by profession and also a social activist. So, but still, I could see in them, and I've been watching them under the leadership of Sir Kyrwoh. They have done a wonderful job. And it was during the last Class 10 SSLC results when parents keep on calling, asking for suggestion, where do we send our children for higher education? So I did suggest them about physical education, but many of them didn't even know what is this physical education all about. Since it is going live, telecast to the channel that I own and also as an editor, I would at least take just 1 minute, 2 minutes to speak in Khasi, just to address to my subscribers, my viewers, and my followers in Khasi, if the house permit. Kani kalong ka Kyrwoh ya kikmi kikpa kinong Shillong jong July bro kawai ba kidei ban snow thu ya ka jingdon kam jong kani ka jingpuli kadei ka jingpuli ka bala ban thaudur ya kikon ki jongpi kikon samla halayeng ka Shillong ka thau batakari hi bro kawai kidon la ka jong ka benta markani ka jingpuli ka kham long kerpang ka wei ka liang ru namar ka ai ru ka jingkot jingkhia na lor ka bam ka phi bam ki jing bam ki batai henrei ai ru pat kata ka benta ka ba kumno kila ban kilan met iladi bat long ki brie ki bisat baklan ki bala ban long ki klur ya le kai hagari ki ban pau ba kumni nga kermen ba da pidon kanu ka jinge subhai kendo ya ki noyelam jongani ka Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association bangai ru ka burom ya ka Shillong College ka wei na ka college ka bala sei ya ki klur ya le kai hakaleng ki district ki ba ki tu ki samla puli ki wan chakni ka jakaban puli ngada tip da ka ba shai ngala dab ni kendo ki jan manla ki klur le kai ki mai kendo nganda kli pidap jing puli ne e ki ong ka Shillong College ta ka burom kalong ye pi ki noi kai principal bad ye pi ru ki samla puli te tangkini hi ki ten ngan penkot ye kini jing krem ka jonga kublai shibon mitela. Thank you.
Thank you, Baruya, for that insightful speech and highlighting the aims, objectives, and vision of the association. You're concerned towards youth development and the importance of physical education towards nurturing the young minds into becoming conscientious and disciplined citizens of the nation strikes a right note on the theme of today's discussion. When it comes to talent, and in particular musical talent, we have no dearth of it here in our beautiful state. We are fortunate to have with us today a multi-talented young lady who has her master's degree in sports management from the Russian International Olympics University. Her skill set ranges from sports governance, event management, to athlete advocacy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Ms. Banroy Bhashisha Kharsantiu, who will present us with a welcome song.
This is a reminder for us too that each and every one of us, we have a role to play in changing things for a better world.
Oh, check. Come together as one. There There are people dying. Oh, and it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can go on pretending day by day that someone somehow will soon make a change. We are all a part of God's great big family, and the truth, you know, love is all we need. We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's to make a better day, just you and me.
Oh, send them your heart, so they'll know that someone cares, and their lives will be stronger and free, as God has shown us by turning stones to bread. So we all must lend a helping hand. We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's to make a better day, just you and me. When you're down and out, there seems no hope at all. But if you just believe, there's nowhere we can fall. Well, 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 let us realize that a change will only come when we stand together as one. We are the children, we are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's to make a better day, just you and me. We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's to make a better day, just you and me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bonroy and Firmly Star, for that melodious rendition, kindling the right energy apt for the occasion. May you strive forward towards higher accomplishments in your life. Now we've come to another section of this function. We will now felicitate the panelists. And I would request our chief guest, Shri Rakam E. Sangma, Minister of Education, Government of Meghalaya, to kindly felicitate our panelists. I will call their names one after another, and as I call out their names, I would request them to come up on stage. Shri John F. Karshieng, Shri John F. Karshieng is the working president, Meghalaya State Olympic Association. He's also the Secretary General, Northeast Sports Association, Vice President, National Rifle Association of India, and President of the Shooting Association of Meghalaya. Professor L. Kumar. Professor Kumar is a professor in the Department of Biochemistry and a distinguished academician. He is also the director of Sports Department, NEHU. A sports enthusiast, he has represented NEHU in numerous badminton tournaments and has a penchant for marathons. Shri R.K. Nongrum. Shri R.K. Nongrum is the founder of ISMG Sports Management and Consultancy Agency. His area of interest is also in sports data analytics, sports events, and sports developmental projects. Shri P. Nicholas Kyrwoh. Shri P. Nicholas Kyrwoh is an assistant professor in the Department of Bachelor of Computer Applications, Shillong College. He has his master's in business administration and sports management from Real Madrid. He is also an accomplished sports commentator at various national and international events. Thank you, sir. At this point, I have the pleasure of inviting our guest of honor, the respected principal of our college, Dr. S. Kongwir, to share a few words with us. Sir.
Thank you, Sir Gabbard. So a very good morning to all of you. I take this opportunity to once again welcome Shri Rakam E. Sangma, the Honorable Education Minister, Government of Meghalaya. Sir, I extend my sincere gratitude to you for your distinguished presence as the chief guest at this function. Your esteemed presence has lent significant meaning to this program. Shri K. Yuria, the advisor of the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association, Shri C. Imle, the president of the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association, Shri S. Lato, joint convener of the Sports Development Cell, Shillong College, our vice principal, Madam E. Endakar, the panelists in today's program, principals and vice principals of different schools, teachers, invitees, members of the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association, member of the Sports Development Cell, Shillong College, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Today's panel discussion is on the theme, Physical Education from School to Sports Excellence. As we all know, physical education plays an important role in the lives of our students. It helps students cultivate discipline and lead healthy lives free from detrimental or bad habits. Physical education, at the same time, also aims to teach students the significance of self-care, guiding them towards lifestyle choices that foster overall well-being for both their physical and mental health. It nurtures students' competitive spirits while fostering strong sportsmanship. Beyond that, physical education and its associated sectors provide significant employment opportunities, underscoring their crucial contribution to our society. A degree in physical education offers diverse career and entrepreneurial opportunities across public and private sectors, which include sports organization, health and wellness businesses, nutrition-focused enterprise, and many more. Unfortunately, there is no university or college in our state that offer a degree program in physical education. On the other hand, many schools in our state face many challenges in imparting physical education. This is because many schools in our state do not have a government-sanctioned post for the subject in physical education. A significant number of institutions at the same time are lacking in basic infrastructure like exercise equipment and also adequate playgrounds. This is because there is lack of financial assistance to institutions to build sports infrastructures. Adding to the problem is the heavy academic emphasis, which frequently leads to physical education classes being sidelined in order to complete syllabus requirement. So therefore, I anticipate that today's discussion will yield valuable legislative and regulatory recommendations for elevating the standard of physical education in our institution across the state. So I would like to thank the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association for their collaboration with our college sports development cell in organizing this important panel discussion. And I also look forward for more collaboration in the near future. Thank you, Kublai Shibun Methala. I wish the program a grand success.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful and encouraging words. Your insights have added great value to today's program, and your constant support continues to inspire both students and faculty to strive for all-round excellence. Your take on the importance of physical education as a subject in our core streams and the push for government support is highly appreciated. Now, it is my distinct honor to invite our chief guest for the day, the Honorable Minister of Education, Shri Rakam A. Sangma, to address this august gathering. Sir, your presence here today is a source of inspiration for students, educators, and sports persons alike. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister.
Very good morning to one and all. We are privileged to be here, though it's a very small function, but it's a very important, very wonderful program that we're having this morning. Our Sir Professor Kama, Northeastern Hill University, as a panel this morning. And we have here as a guest of honor Dr. S. Kongwir, the principal of Shillong College, and also the dignitaries on the dais are association member, Kasintiu, and advisor, Uria, and assembly, and we are very fortunate to have Sir Kyrwoh, who is a working president of the Meghalaya State Olympic Association, and all the panelists, Madam Vice Principal, and all the distinguished principals from different colleges and the institutions, the teachers, and my dear students, friends. I'm very happy to be the part of this inaugural function of the panel discussion on the importance of physical education in the sport. And I would like to thank the Meghalaya Physical Education and the Sports Association for having this wonderful program, which is very important to all of us. I remember during my college and school times, where we have a very strong physical education curriculum and the teachers. And I have experience with many different teachers of the physical education during my schools. One was teacher, he was from Manipur. He taught us some basic, the karate and the kung fu. So we learned some basic. And there was a physical education teacher from our school. He was a football player. And we learned at least some basic about the football. And one of our physical education teachers, he was from the hockey background. He taught about the hockey for us. And there was one of my friends who is a DAPO now. He never interested for the sport, because we are the player of all round, but we are not professional. What happened is, this friend of mine, he never played football with us. He never played volleyball, cricket with us. But he knows in and out all the theories about the football, the hockey, the volleyball, how to play, the rules and the regulation of all these games, events. We don't know. We just played like this. And we only our PT teachers used to wake up us at the 4 a.m., 5 a.m. for just the morning work, because at 7 to 8 a.m. we have to complete our breakfast, and by 8:30 we have to go for the class. But anytime sometimes we have to wake up by 4 a.m., and from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. we have to go for the extra class for mathematics and science, and from 7 to 8 and 9 we have to go for some morning PT exercise, must pass here and there. But there are many schools, there are many teachers, and there are many students who only knows about physical education. Yes, it is important for our physical health and mind. Only 2 weeks back, I was at my village. I was playing football with many of my boys. Those boys were coming to play for football in Shillong in Subroto tournament in Shillong. I asked them, how come you reached the final? Because I know the talent. I know the boys. This boy is not, they are not supposed to play in Shillong, because I know the standard of the player. So I asked them, why? How you come to the final in the district? So many have told me, sir, many of the students, many schools, they don't send their students for the tournament, for the Super tournament. Though they have a physical education teacher. The problem here is, most of the schools, yes, they have assigned responsibility to a certain teacher as a physical education teacher. They are just teacher, but they don't take it importance. They don't take it importance. And this is the problem here as a state and as a country today. So somewhere we have to start. Therefore, if you look at our curriculum, be it at national level, be it our state level, I have to admit today as a minister, maybe in the past, maybe even today, our school curriculum, our school community, we have not taken off this subject, this as a curriculum, as an important subject for our students. In last Meghalaya Games in Tura, I just visited some of the events during, that was diving and swimming. I have seen many boys and girls from Southwest Castles, mostly from Ranikor and Mukawat. They have won the medals. I know, I'm sure they have not been trained. They have not been trained well. They're not professional, but with the natural talent they have, and they win the medals. And had it been the, rowing and the boating, maybe from my village would have been won the medals, because many of our people, we are expert in boating, because we have the biggest river in the state called Samsung. Swimming is our natural talent. What I'm saying here today, yes, as a region, as a state, we are naturally talented people, but we have not been made it professional. Maybe because of certain, as we have heard from earlier speakers, we don't have the proper playground, we don't have a proper platform, we don't have a proper curriculum, and after all, and above all, we have not been guided properly. We need the guidance. Today, I'm sure, having such kind of panels, which will be good for each one of us. We will listen to them. We can listen as an expert, as a guidance for the state. And as an education minister of today, I want to assure the House today, I want to assure the audience today that we should start somewhere. Yes, I was talking to my officials today. We have, as a government department, we have created the physical education teachers post even in the government schools. And we have also discussed with this SAM association, maybe 1 month, 2 months back on this. I want to assure today, the association and all in the House, that we have already decided, we are moving forward, that we will be creating some posts of the physical education teacher in our government schools at least. And also, we will be instructing all the granting aid schools, all the schools, institutions across the state to take this subject, this component as a very important in the curriculum. Friends, we know that the commitment of Honorable Chief Minister, Sir Cornat Sangma. He has started many programs before music, before the sport, for the youth especially. We could see many new stadium, new playground is being constructed. Honorable Chief Minister is informing to all of us, Meghalaya is going to be the highest in proportion, highest playground, artificial turf playground in the years to come. The problem in the past, why we could not reach the better standard? Maybe the reason that we have not taken this important, as an important subject, important curriculum. So therefore, not only for physical, our mental and our health. This physical education is it's a big industry for the young people. Sometimes young people, it begins from like when we were students, we were always interested, excited to play in the ground. Be it a football, be it a volleyball, be it a cricket, be it any events in the schools. But we feel boring when we have to sit in the class on physical education. But since we are natural talents, since we are naturally, that we have a passion for the events, for the sports and all, but we don't hardly study the theory part. As really our advisor has spoken before me. Yes, we don't have the degree in the state. We are exploring our option. Maybe in the new state university, we will explore. We will find a way to adopt this subject. And we will find a way that in our curriculum, in our policy, that this subject given importance. My young students, you may think, I know many of our young players. I've seen many of our talented young players. They always drop out their studies if you are a player. That is the reason. If you are a player, why not your dream is to be the professional? Professional. Therefore, I'm sure in our state, we have a crisis for the coach for different events. We're going to host a national games in 2027. I don't know, our honorable working president can brief us better. Do we have enough coach in the state? I don't think so, sir. We don't have a world-class coach to train our young guys, young boys and girls, so that they will win the medal. Therefore, this is also will open the opportunity for young people if you are professional. Let's not only be the player, let's also become a professional. Friends, yes, Meghalaya is one of the youngest population state in the country and maybe in the world. We have a bright future in the sports industry. We have a talented voice. These are the asset of the state and of the region and of the country. Knowing of all this potential and the talents, resources, asset, this government, our Honorable Chief Minister, has started, and the sports department has started building a number of infrastructure in the state. I think in the days to come, we will have a proper and enough infrastructure for our boys and girls. Therefore, it's my request to all the head of institutions, let us look forward and adopt and consider this subject, this curriculum, and this physical education as an important subject even in the schools and the college. I was wondering why today it should have been the Honorable Sports Minister on my behalf today. But later on, I think, yes, it is important to have an education minister of such program, because this movement and this ambition, we should start from second home. We always consider schools as a second home. Unless we train our young boys and girls from the school, in the classroom, they will not become professional. Let us work together. I'm sure with the panel discussion and all this program will definitely enlighten us as we go the infinite days in front of us. Yes, We may begin somewhere, but I'm sure that I'm proud to say today we are naturally talented. We are natural talented state. Let us convert this into professional. And I would urge all my head of institutions, all the expert. We have a many player in different events. We have the many expert. Let us listen to them. I'm sure we can listen. As a young boys and girls, we must have the patience to listen. Then we can serve. If we want to serve somebody better, we must listen first. We must learn first. If you have to become a good teacher, you have to learn first to teach better. Nobody is perfect on the earth. But as we begin the day, I'm sure, as you always used to say, that nobody comes on earth to live forever. But the ideas, the vision will live forever. I know this kind of program, yes, will definitely enlighten many young and boys, many friends, and also would like to thank many. I would like to encourage many young boys and girls. Look at the national level, except in the cricket, and few events, as a country, with the almost highest population maybe in the world now. How many medals, how many gold medals we wins in the Olympic Games? Hardly 1, 2, 4, 5. Though we have a biggest population, though we have a young population in the country, what's the problem? The problem is somewhere. The talents we have, we are not second to nobody on the earth. The problem is we have not groomed this in a proper way. Let us contribute. Let us unite together so that we will make our future better. If you are wealthy, our minds are wealthy, we live happy. My best wishes to the program, my best wishes to the association, and my best wishes to all the panelists, and we will hear as we look at the panelists. They are a big player for us. They're like a father figure for us. They will be able to guide us, will give us knowledge. Let us prepare ourselves to listen to the expert, and let us go back and be ignited ourselves. Because the best things to teach somebody is to inspire. If our boys, if a player which will inspire. I know many players in the state being inspired by somebody. They have not been taught. You look at a world-class player, be it a football, be it a cricket, be it anywhere. We look. Our boys learn and copy the talent we learn from them. But they have not been taught physically. The problem is their talents inspire us. Today, I'm sure at the panel discussion, knowledge, and all my boys, let us inspire ourselves, and let us inspire the others too. My best wishes to all of you. Matila Kuble Sibun Joyhin.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words, citing from life experiences the importance of a fine balance between practice and theoretical knowledge. Your thoughts remind us of the vital role physical education plays in shaping not just athletes, but confident, disciplined individuals. Your commitment towards incorporating physical education as a core subject in mainstream education is indeed a ray of light on this memorable occasion. As we draw to the conclusion of this inaugural program, it is time to express our gratitude to all those who made it possible. I now invite the joint convener of the Sports Development Cell, Shillong College, Shri S. Lato, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Very good morning to all of you. It is my honor and privilege to deliver a word of thanks on today's special program, that is the panel discussion organized by the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association in collaboration with the Sport Development Cell. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Shri Rakam A. Sangma, Minister of Education, Government of Meghalaya, for gracing this event with your presence and sharing some valuable insight. Your inspiring words have truly added meaning to today's panel discussion. A sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. S. Khongwir, who is also our principal, who has always been a guiding light and a constant support to motivate us behind all the initiatives and activities of the college. I must thank our advisor, Shri Karmenlang Uria. I also express my gratitude to all the panelists, Professor Lakhan Kumar, Shri John F. Karshieng, Shri R.K. Nongrum, and my colleague, Nicholas Jarwa, for without these panelists, today's program will have been incomplete. I also offer my special thanks to Ms. Banroy Karsantu for her special performance, and I thank our Vice Principal, Madam E. Endakar, Principal of High Secondary Education, Dr. Pathau, my colleagues, teacher from the High Secondary section, all the guests, invitees. Thank you for being present here. Without your presence, this program would not have been a successful one. Lastly, I thank all the teachers, the organizer, and the supporting staff of the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association. Without your relentlessly support and effort and dedication, proper planning and proper execution of today's program will have been incomplete. And before I end my word of thanks, I also offer my sincere word of thanks to all the print and electronic media and the sponsors for today's program. Thank you once again. Have a pleasant day.
And with that, we have come to the end of this inaugural function. We will break for light refreshment. I request everyone to please be seated. Light refreshment will be served at your respective seats. We will commence the panel discussion immediately after the refreshment. Thank you. happy to have with us distinguished panelists, and I would like you to join with me in welcoming the panelists on stage. Please welcome the moderator of today's panel discussion, Shri P. Nicholas Kyrwoh. We are also very happy to have with us Shri John F. Kyrwoh.
Check, check. Check, 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 check.
Please welcome Shri Atiar.
Check.
Here, our teachers are the principal of the college, Shri S. Kongwir, our vice principal, Madam E. N. Dakhar, all the other teachers of the college, and big thanks to the Meghalaya Physical Education Sports Association for organizing such a panel discussion, which is basically the need of the hour. And I would also like to welcome all our students from Shillong College as well as from other colleges. Not to forget our teachers, PE teachers, coaches, managers from different sports associations who are present out here and who will also voice their opinion towards the end of this panel discussion. So we all believe that physical education is not just a half an hour period that is dedicated by schools nowadays. It's more than that. Obviously, nowadays we see physical education as a transformation that builds stronger bodies, that shapes minds, and also one tends to be resilient in life. I'd like to welcome all the panelists out here, Mr. Arki, Sir John F. Kyrwoh, and Sir Lakhan Khma. A very good afternoon. And to begin with, I would like to touch upon the first sub-theme of today's panel discussion, which is physical education as a curriculum in schools and colleges. It always starts from grassroots, right from the time your parents holds your hand to help you write. That is where physical education starts as well. And my first question will go to Professor Lakhan Khma. We all know that at the college level, so physical education is just organizing tournaments, different colleges taking part in different tournaments. How do you expect NEHU and institutions under its umbrella to incorporate physical education into your academic programs? This is also in alignment with the NEP 2020.
Well, thank you, moderator. I think a very good afternoon to all present here. Well, you know, being from a university, it is slightly more difficult, I would say, to probably directly answer this question. But certainly I will make an attempt. Simply because, university gets the product from their colleges. Colleges get their students from the school. Now, if somebody is going to or having interest in, let's say, physical education and sports activities, now for a university with limited resources, it is only restricted to, say, inter-college events, sometime intramural, sometime we select out of the inter-college, say, some people to represent at the national level and so on and so forth. Now, when you look at the university setup as such, we have no choice whatsoever to say that I have picked up XYZ from a particular college or a particular school, simply because we select the best out of our colleges. It means if colleges don't have people who are really coming from a sports background, we have to select the best from among themselves. But then, as a university, I would say, probably it would be much better maybe if we have a department of physical education which will actually cater to the need based on admissions to be taken, primarily relying on your sports and physical education as such. But then you know very well, of course, of late with university like NEHU, I don't want to say much because of the turmoil that we are going through for the last 1 year or so. But ideally speaking, it is feasible, it is possible. But then we also need, see, all these ideas are very good. But the kind of funding that we get, I mean, you will be surprised if I share you that, last year, our budget on non-salary head was 51 crore. This time, in 25-26, they straight away cut 20 crore and gave 31 crore. Now imagine, we, a public funded institution, if we get funds curtailed, naturally you can't think of even managing the day-to-day requirement. Leave aside starting, let's say, a new department or even thinking for a vision to have, let's say, something very vital like, say, for example, a department of physical education and sports activity or sports sciences. But then if, it also, that's why, I would rather, put it this way. If you have, let's say, the head of the institution who is a visionary leader, and naturally it will be the vice chancellor if you look at the university like us where the colleges like you are affiliated, then that person will have a vision keeping in mind that, there are also students in our state of Meghalaya, largely because, our jurisdiction largely restricted to Meghalaya now. But we have students coming from across the region and, of course, across the country. If we can have a policy whereby you can ask for fund, additional fund, because, you know very well, sustaining a university is not a joke. I mean, that's why when you look at the state starting a new university, we at university, we are always skeptical. Simply because, when you look at the kind of we have an opportunity whereby the funding agency, which is, let's say, the Ministry of Education in our case, we can put forth a proposal whereby we can say that, see, we need this much crore of money, 200 crore, 250 crore, 300 crore, whatever, to start a new department with a world-class infrastructure on sports and physical education and sports sciences. Then probably ministry, provided that we are able to convince them that how important physical education is. And because career cannot be only in science, in commerce, in economics, in literature, and in humanities, and so on and so forth. There are a bigger chunk, like I fully agree with the morning program, where the minister has highlighted that we do have natural talent here. But the problem is, where do this natural talent go? And that's where probably the nurturing ground is not available. University like us, Department of Sports, say in NEHU, has very, very limited resources. Let's say last year we had 20 lakhs. This time it had come down to naturally to 15 lakhs because of the curtail in the overall budget. With that kind of budget, certainly you can't think of anything novel vis-a-vis the physical education and sports sciences. But then, if better time comes, I do believe that NEHU will see its better time in next few months or few years. maybe we can really have a proposal whereby we seriously think, because I know the Shillong College has already applied for the affiliation for the physical education and sports sciences, but simply we cannot approve it because of the mandatory requirement of the faculty positions that you have. There are certain requirements which is stipulated by UGC. Unless you fulfill that, you can't start a new course. But then you also have started this in your higher secondary. I do believe that you will get a good pool of talent coming there for the degree course. And eventually, if you get sanctioned post, if government gives, fine. If not, maybe college can manage. Then probably if you have your Department of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, I do believe that if these young talents are nurtured, particularly where we have our strength. See, we can't do everything under the sun, but we do know that you look at Southwest Khasis, long distance running, their inbuilt talents are there. We have rivers and streams everywhere, naturally, we have good swimmers, but they will end up swimming in their streams and rivers and some swimming pool in and around Shillong. They will never be able to make a career and become a good swimmer like Michael Phelps. You know, you can't have Michael Phelps by not training them the way they are supposed to be trained, which we have, let's say, in Punjab University, for example. They have a very world-class swimming pool, and most of the swimmer in India is coming from there because they have the infrastructure. Certainly, I would, with a lot of humility, I would say that, you know, as far as sports is concerned, Nihu is still far, far back. Maybe in coming times, we will be able to address this issue by creating better infrastructure, provided, of course, we do have a better leadership in the form of a vice-chancellor for the university like ours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Going on with that you've answered, I just want to put forth a small data which I had researched. So this is the Unified District Information System for Education Plus. 2022-2023, and out of 14,188 schools in the state, we only have 6,660 schools. That's approximately 45% that have playgrounds. So if you're trying to align a PE program, a PE curriculum at the grassroots level, where a number of schools do not have these adequate infrastructure, how do you think you will be able to do this? Yes, to you, sir.
Well, okay. I think, you know, this is a very important question, and simply because, you know, you have to catch them young. See, you can't be a sports person at my age, or when you are in the master degree. You can't. I keep playing badminton even today. I might say, okay, I'm relatively better if between around 45 to 50 category or 45 to 55 if there is a tournament, probably I might end up at least reaching the final. But that's all you can do. You can't do beyond that. Because when you are in school, your body is in the right fitness. If you don't catch them young, and that's where I think it's a very vital question that, you know, we have to start, and that's why, you know, university comes almost at the last stage, I would say, when it comes to physical education. It has to begin at the grassroots level, and that's where we come, say, primary school. In very early stage, of course, you can't do because your bones are not yet really fully developed, so you can't really be subjected to strenuous exercises. So primary school, you can leave a little bit. Maybe middle school and secondary school is the right time. Why I remember, because, you know, I have studied my schooling from a central school, which was more or less like an army school kind, where physical education was a mandatory requirement. You can't say no. If you have to wake up at 5, you have to wake up at 5 and run and do physical exercises, and there is a physical trainer there. Naturally, from there comes your infrastructure. If you have a school, let's say if you have a central school like JNV and others where I was there was no dearth of money. I'm talking about, let's say, about 38, 40 years ago, when I joined there as Class 6 in 87, 88 maybe. You know, imagine at that time, we did have good hockey, field with proper hockey sticks that you see today. At that point of time, we had table tennis facilities, we had badminton facilities, we had volleyball, we had cricket, we had football, kho-kho, kabaddi, and whatnot that you can think of, generally what we used to play. But then, what is the beauty about these whole setup is that, upon that you see that maybe in a class of 30, 40 students, maybe 10 or 15 of them are totally non-academic. They are not going to become doctors or engineers because they are having expertise in different games and sports they are playing. Indeed, I remember one of my friends, I mean, it's a very sad story when I look back, there was one guy who was almost touching 11 in 100 meter. I'm talking about those days, and during that point of time, we thought this guy is going to get Arjuna Award, and his physical trainer, which was our physical trainer, was a South Indian guy from Andhra. We thought he will get a Dronacharya Award for sure, because he was running like a horse. Imagine if you are in class 7, class 8, and you are touching close to 11 or 12 point something, it means if you get good training, you would have probably come at the national international level. And he is my fellow classmate who joined in class 6 in JNV, for example. But unfortunately, he went to a national event, and somehow because of a mishap in a train, he died basically on a moving train. Now, why I'm narrating this, that talent came from a local guy who was there, who is nurtured by the local environment that you have. Which means if you have facilities in schools, and particularly in middle and high secondary school level or secondary school level, if you have those kind of infrastructure, maybe you will see that some of those are really the one that you have to encourage. But then important thing is, in our setup of today, let's forget about the past. We don't have, like he rightly mentioned, several schools doesn't even have a proper playground. Why don't we come out with a scheme? Like, that's why sometimes, you compare your schooling with the school students who are in this present time now. You realize that maybe when you are from a small town, there are not too many schools. And almost everybody will go to the same school, and there's enough seat for everyone. And that school will have everything that you need, including playgrounds. In today's time, you go to a village, you will have 10 schools. Each will have maybe 3 students, 10 students, 15 students. Sometimes you have none. And this is, I think, I have seen that this government is trying to address this issue by pulling, particularly in the NEP. That's where I sometimes get a little frustrated. NEP was not supposed to be implemented at the PG level first, then came to UG, and then people are trying to do it at school. It should have been bottom up. But we have applied a top-down approach, which is actually not really working well. And I can say it for sure because we have designed the curriculum. We have run the PG of NEP, and almost successfully, I would say, but still there are hiccups. UG, we are still in the process, and we are reaching there. But in school, I think, when you look at the structure of NEP, and overall, when I say, I don't really have any inclination to any government as such, but when you look at the vision of NEP, it seems like it is nice. It is trying to address issues which has never been addressed earlier, in the sense that if you have people who are talented, you cannot force them to study science and maths when they have least interest in knowing your physics and chemistry and maths and so on and so forth. But if you give them track and field, they will run 200 meters within no time. Or give them a cricket ball or a cricket bat, or give them a football boot, you will see that they will be showing their skills. So what I would like to conclude by saying is that maybe our approach has failed in producing, let's say, huge numbers of world-class athletes and sportspersons. It is largely because of the way we look at our school education, and I'm sure gradually people are changing. The mindset has changed. With the IPL coming, of course, it is also sometimes, it's a drawback. Everybody wants to play cricket. So every nooks and corner, maybe a Gambhir is waiting to come out, or a Kohli is waiting to come out. This country has overemphasized on one game, and that's why you have no dearth of cricketers. And with IPL and all, that it's a lucrative. One season you play, you become a multi-crorepati as such. But then what about other games? Football, yes, it is catching up, but the money is still not enough like the cricket. And that's why parents who have young kids, girls and boys, they are trying to encourage them to go and play cricket because they see a career there. So what I'm trying to say is that, when we are in a present setup in this century, maybe we have to really start from day one in the school. There has to be a physical education and sports science class. There has to be a proper curriculum. There needs to be a trained teacher. If you don't have that, who will tell you, see, this is how your path will be traced. This is where you are starting. 10, 15 years down the line, you are going to reach there. If somebody is not there to show you that your career lies here, you have an inbuilt talent. Sports, many a time, people say that, no, it can also be imbibed. You can imbibe only maybe 50% or 60%, but if you're not inbuilt talent, you don't have with you, it is almost impossible for you. And that's why for sports, I would always say that maybe our school system should look at it very, very seriously, that please don't discourage any students who are least bothered about academic but very enthusiastic. You ring the bell and tell them to go to the field, you will see that very next second they will be in the field. This shows that their interest lies somewhere else. But our system has been that you must pass class 1, class 2, class 5, class 6, class 10. Whether you like physics or like chemistry, you don't like economics, maths, whatever, you must go through this. If you are playing sports, okay, this is a secondary subject, you will be given grade A, grade B, and no value at all. And this is where we discourage. I think this country has discouraged sports person right from the beginning. Maybe time has come that we really, as a state, as a country, do address this issue and try to focus on those and try to pool. Resources are limited in this country. And I'm sure next 100 years we will remain like this. Resources are not going to be plentiful in this country because our population is touching 1.4 billion. 1.46 billion. We are basically just ahead of China. And that shows that, our resources will always be in high demand. So how best we can pool maybe schools which are in a particular village or neighboring village, why don't you pool them together? Pool your resources, pool your teachers, pool your... I know there are a lot of administrative issues. One school is run by one balang, another school run by another balang. One is a government school, one is the SSA school. And sometimes, village runs their school. Each one seems to control or like to control the administrative part. But if we are thinking as a country, as a state, as a Meghalayan, I would say that I think time has come that we shed all this. We pool our resources together. Pull all these schools together. Management can also share their gain, whatever is there, if there is any gain at all. And run it in a way that you will give the best to our students. Ultimately, the generations who are coming, if they are not trained, and if you keep telling them that you will become only doctor and engineer and professors in a university, believe me, friends, more than 90% of our youth will be unemployed in next 10, 15 years. And hence, I think time has come that we play focus, that where talent lies, groom them young. Why China, in spite of having a huge population, always is almost first or second in terms of medal tally, whether it is particularly in Olympics? Simply because their gymnasts will be trained when they are at the age 5, 6. Not like us when we don't even understand what is gymnastics. Maybe by the time we understand our body, is too late to become flexible and become a good gymnast. And this is where I would say that, maybe a China model may not necessarily be good everywhere, but for the sports, certainly I would say that the China model probably should be looked at very, very seriously. And whoever are there in the helm of affairs, I think they should send a team, if they cannot sit here and study through internet how they govern their sports activity, maybe a small team can always be sent to see how do you groom young talents at the early age so that they become podium finishers, whether you think about the Asian Games, the Commonwealth, or the Olympics. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. That was really some food for thought for everyone. And with curriculum, obviously parents who are seated out here, parents who are watching this live on the YouTube channel, I'm sure they must be thinking twice now if their wards are indeed good in sports. With the next subtopic that we will be discussing now, physical education as a career. How important, or rather, what are the different aspects, what are the different career paths that physical education can give us? In today's world, in fact, in the country where Kyrwoh India has actually become one of those tournaments that young kids look forward to. In fact, I was just reading through the Meghalaya sports policy of 2019. It really supports career opportunities. So my question I would like to direct to Mr. R.K. Nongrum now. Where do you think a student can pursue a career as a physical education? Let's say he graduates as a physical education. What are the different spectrums that are available to him?
Thank you so much, Nicholas. A very good friend of mine as well. We've worked on quite a few projects together. STA and valued panelists on the stage with me. I mean, I feel my experience comparatively to John, I was just sitting there and talking with him, getting such knowledge and learning from such accomplished people, we should actually feel proud first and foremost, and also Sir Khma and his inputs on the literacy and education and sports coming together. Coming to your question, sports, I think so in India, as a fact, actually, the GDP, the contribution of sports to the GDP in India is still 0.1%, which is actually way, way lower. But we are actually promoting and moving towards a $130 billion industry in the fitness and sports and wellness industry. The wellness industry is moving very, very quickly. But coming to what you've asked is in regards to the physical education as a career. I see some of you, most of you most probably would be looking at this aspects. How do we become, we're in the physical education industry where you guys might be maybe a PE teacher, maybe you want to be an athlete. I see some really distinguished athletes amongst us as well, like who've achieved a lot in their life. Career scope is never limited to your qualifications. I always say that. It's how you take it. When I started my career in sports, I love sports. I just love sports since I was a kid. I love economics. I love management, so I did my BBA, I did my everything, but then I wanted to do my sports management. I finished my sports management, I finished my MBA, came back, and career in physical education, I'll tell you honestly, it doesn't have literally what we would say, just as what it was looked before. If you're a PE teacher, they would say, oh, he's just a PE teacher, and I'm pretty sure that still exists. But however, that is evolving. The fitness and wellness industry, right down to fashion, is actually evolving around sports and fitness and physical activities. So in this modern day and age, right now, as the question is being asked to me right now, fitness, physical education as a career has a lot of scope. I believe so. Media, technology, it has a huge scope. But however, you need to get down to the grassroots. I agree with Sir Lakama just now when he's speaking about building at grassroots. The NCF actually does speak about that. The NCF does give the 5+3+3+4 structure to it. It does give the foundational structure to it. But more importantly is just our mindset. How do we look at physical education as a career? It's all up to you. It's this vast scope. You can get into management side of things. You can get into the athlete side of things, which, I mean, you can meet some of your representatives and the faces of Meghalaya football right now. They're just here. You can ask them what is physical education, how it has taken them to a different career. You can become an analyst. You can become a sports commentator, like Sir out here, and there's so many aspects. So I can't say that physical education as a career is limited anymore. It has a huge scope. It is $1 trillion global economy, and it will be taking over very, very soon, especially with the dietary and every other aspects you're going to look into it. It has huge potential. I always provide advice, especially, I was also a football coach. I went and did my FIFA course as well. So when I was in football coach, I always told my athletes, my football players, that even when you're playing, think of what you're going to do after your playing career. Start it now. If you want to be a coach, get into coaching. During off-season, learn coaching. During off-season, if you want to be a football analyst, get into football analytics. So these are the things that, as physical education, as a career, I believe it's a wider scope right now. I'm pretty sure we will all agree to this. But definitely we do need a system or maybe something. I've always been advocating this aspect that education and sports need to come together to actually, if we do want to create a career out of physical education, it needs to be some form of awareness in regards to this. And we need parents to understand that it is not limited anymore, and it has a huge and massive scope in the years to come.
Thank you. So going with that, this question is to Bajon. you have organized, I mean, you are a leader in so many associations, and you've seen sport in front of your eyes. Meghalaya Games, Northeast Games, the shooting, and so on and so forth. How can you create, and I'll use this word, sustainable career pathways to all those who are involved in sports? Athletes, coaches, managers, referees, and sports administrators. So I'd like to welcome on board so as they say, better late than never. We have with us, but I'll just continue with that question, sir. So the word was, yes, sustainable in terms of career pathways to athletes, to managers, to coaches, to referees, and which is the need of the hour. Because a lot of people that I have interacted with, they say that, okay, we are done with this Northeast Games, okay, now what? We are done with this Meghalaya Games, let's go back. It's now back to square one, a chilled life. There's no more training done and this and that. Is there anything that you can improve on this?
Hello. So at the outset, I'd like to thank all of you, thank the institution, the principal, and for the Meghalaya Physical Education Teachers Association, Sports Association, for inviting us here, and greetings to all the panelists who are here, and to you also. So I think your question was, what is the, again, it's related to what you are asking Arki about sustainability and what is the way forward. So I would first of all say that we have, I recall a similar question on a different subject. There was a journalist, not by Uriah, there was another journalist. He would ask me, okay, Bajon, you're doing this constantly, what are the milestones? It's a different subject, but again, the same question is coming up here.
Correct.
On a different, on this subject. So what are the milestones? So when we, when I, having been involved, I used to be the president of Seng Samla Lai Mukhra, of this locality. I used to be the, then I got elected as the secretary of the Lai Mukhra Sports Club, and literally ran, administered the football team in those days. So without funds, right? So today the challenge of then and now are totally different. So what I would say is there is huge, tremendous scope. And I would tell all the students here, the players here, that you are at a very exciting time. I mean, when we were at a point, I used to play taekwondo, we were literally, we were questioned why we were late to school, because we had to go at 5:30 in the morning, and most times we couldn't get to the gate on time, right? So you had to get punished again for playing sports. So today, the whole equation has changed. Today, I mean, the things, the facilities, the options that the athletes get is tremendous. What is required now is to identify athletes, to see to what level of commitment do they have, Because at the end of the day, it's that athlete. You may give him all the ecosystem, and if he or she doesn't have the commitments, then you can't go forward. It's like all the panelists, and including the earlier session, the Honorable Minister, the Principal has mentioned, other speakers, that you ultimately have to have that discipline, that, that desire to go to the top. So like, you don't have, today there is a saying by one of the mentors today, an Olympian, who says, 100% is not enough. you need to give 150 to 200%, because that's what the other international athletes are doing. If you're sleeping on a Sunday, somebody else is training on a Sunday. So I've had to, as president of shooting, I'm conducting my state championships on a Sunday. People say, why do you, why do you have it on Sunday? Some parents have called me. I don't have a range, I'm dependent on the army range. And the army says, okay, it's Saturday, Sunday, that's it, you go there. So these are the options. But I don't complain, I get on with it. Those who come and compete, right? So there is huge opportunity now. As you rightly mentioned, in 2019, seeing the issues faced by the interstate, we advocated, I have to thank my association members, we advocated for a policy. So today we have, and I would request the school or the college to conduct another program related to the sports policy, because we didn't have a sports policy. Today we have a sports policy, which was notified, which was approved by the cabinet in their first sitting in Tura, the cabinet meeting. And then going forward, we had all the games that you mentioned, we had all this that we mentioned. So there are huge challenges, but it does not mean that I should stop because of those challenges. I know, right, that we have, challenges at the school level. As you mentioned, you gave a figure, which is right. I mean, we were conducting certain programs, and we also see in various districts, various blocks, the infrastructure is very low. So it's a whole ecosystem. It's like today you have the college, right? If you didn't have the college, you won't be able to sit here. And then you have a college, so you have the teachers, whole ecosystem. And I'm very happy today that we had the education minister, and we are honored here. We have the director also of education, who can also, so I think all stakeholders have to come together, work together, and continue to build on what we have, right? I'm very happy to say that today, Meghalaya, because of having these games, can you imagine in last 50 years, we had only one synthetic athletic track in Meghalaya. So today we have 4, right? Taking Sai Ne, who has another one. And we're going to get another 2. So there was a lot of questions, right? There was a lot of questions also related to coaches, right? So it's a whole ecosystem. And the pitch for the national games is to ensure that a structure evolves, and states, policymakers, governments, then continue to build on that. It shouldn't be that, okay, Northeast Games, and like you said, okay, what after that? So the national games is something which will be one of the biggest events in our state for a long time, and that we hope will lay the foundation which will have rippling effects throughout the state in creating the momentum. I give you a small, for now, a small example. All of you know Maharashtra state, right? Maharashtra in the last many national games have been either number 1 or number 2. Normally number 1 is always the services. But number 2 would have been Maharashtra. So if you ask how, recently certain government circles also asked me, how come Maharashtra is always number 1? Because Maharashtra hosted national games way back in 1994. So they planted the seeds in 1994, and today they are plucking the benefits of that. They've created a momentum in their state. They've created, of course, as Professor Kumar said, not everybody wants to be a player, right? Yeah, somebody, I've had athletes who've come, then the parents also, there are challenges where parents say, no, Bajon, can you, enough, our son has to go and study and this and that. So we've had excellent shooters who've dropped because they had to go for academics. So this is a choice people have to make, and a balance they have to make. But what I'm saying is, the pitch for the national games, what we envisioned, and we're thankful to the government for having supported this, it will create a career path for huge opportunities, with huge opportunities, as Arki has mentioned and others have mentioned, yes, we have to then address the other issues also, right? So it is a continuous process. That's what I want to say. And similarly, Assam, right? They hosted national games in 2007. Hima Das, Lovelina Borgohain, Marikom in Manipur. They hosted national games in 1999 in the middle of insurgency, you know. And today I have a couple of Olympians there. So, and they've produced so many technical officials, so many referees, so many judges. It's a huge career path. So I feel I'm very hopeful. I'm very happy that we have now been allotted the national games to conduct it in 2027, and we hope we will lay the foundations for future career paths, tremendous career paths that will be opened up because of the national games. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Since Sir Bantailang is here, very good afternoon to you. I have a question to you based on this. So, the Meghalaya government has sanctioned rupees 39.17 crores for the 26 state associations, basically to prepare to be the host of the 39th National Games. Do you have any idea, or do you have any question in your mind? I won't say a question, but out of this allocation of the funds that has been granted, how much do you think is actually going for school infrastructure in terms of sports? Or is there a different budget altogether for sports infrastructure in schools?
Okay, thank you so much to our moderator for today's program. And the question which you asked just now with regards to the allocation of funds to these different sports associations, this actually is not something which has come to education department per se, but you know, as far as education department is concerned, so I was just having a discussion just a few days back. So we were also discussing on this subject of physical education. So you know, as far as physical education is concerned, you know, as a subject, physical education is there at the higher secondary level, which means in classes 11 and 12. But at the secondary or below the secondary level, you know, as a subject, it is not there. So of course, we understand that, you know, various schools, especially deficit schools, you know, they do have these PT teachers who are being appointed. But, you know, PT teachers, by and large, they're engaged in, you know, duties like, you know, when they have sports day, when they have these different sports events, like they engage the students in conducting march past, drills and all that. But physical education as a subject, you know, it's there only at the higher education level, which means in classes 11 and 12. And so far, you know, this subject has been taken by 14 higher educational schools or higher educational institutions in the state. And you know, till date, we have around 580 plus students who have opted for this subject. So coming back to your question, you know, as far as you know, sports infrastructure is concerned, of course, you know, the element of funds that come in from the government towards sports development, mainly it is being channelized through the Sports and Youth Affairs Department.
Okay, thank you sir for that info. We'll move on to the next hurdle. I won't say a hurdle, next roadmap, and this is physical education as a roadmap to sports excellence. And I'll start off with you, Bajon. We saw in the last 38 national games, Meghalaya secured 5 medals. If you look at the other northeastern states, we had Assam, who accumulated 34. Arunachal had 13. Manipur, astonishing, 55 medals, and they actually topped some of the medals in some various events. So how do you think can a school PE program you have a physical education program. How can the association like the Meghalaya State Olympic Association create a structured route to sports excellence?
Very good question, thank you. So, just to clarify on what your earlier question was, I think everybody saw the news. I think we were inquiring about that 39 crore.
Yeah, correct.
So I think just to clarify on that, that is a team preparation for the national games. So that is related to equipments, human resource hiring of coaches, and training schedules for a probable team, right? Team. So now coming to your other current question is how do we, promote sports and connect it at the grassroots? How to structure that? So as our Director of Education here has mentioned, and as you had mentioned earlier, it's not an easy task because we have schools who don't even have any playground.
Correct.
Right? And I fully support what Professor Kumar has just mentioned now. I mean, in Kasi you would say, Kaladei kapor bangin ngo yu kuli waktang. It is time for the community, for the citizens of Meghalaya to wake up and take a strong decision to sort out this problem. I mean, it has to be addressed in a very strong way because we have not put the resources in a correct place. In my many years of experience, I've seen one school, one village having so many schools. Whereas if you look in the US, there's one school for this entire Laimukra village. I'm just giving an example. And all the government resources would go to support that school, right? So they'd have the basketball, they'd have the auditorium, they'd have everything because it's just one location of, here we have 7, 8, 10 schools in one village. So this has to be corrected. It's a difficult thing, but as Professor Kumar said, either today or tomorrow, we will have to take that decision for the future generation. The curriculum has to come. We're very happy that the Honorable Minister has hinted that, probably they'll explore the possibilities, as Professor Kumar has also suggested, that they will explore the possibility of creating a department of physical education. Actually, I would have loved it if there was another department here, which is, in addition to sports, which is the Department of Health. Actually, I think we should call physical education and health. Because what is physical education, as Honorable Minister has said, is health, right? So if you're fit, you have good health. So I think we should, very happy with the association conducting this. We should, the health department is a key stakeholder in this. Because I have also been informed many times of children collapsing during these, the school programs, right? Because of the heat and this and that. So what are the health condition of the children? So the health department, the education department, and sports department, I think we need to be working together with the associations and creating a discussion on how to get them on board. And in some programs that we are running, with due respect to Shillong College, I'm very, very thankful to them. They're very, very supportive. When we need our athletes to get admission, they've been so forthcoming, they're very helpful. But I must confess that in certain programs that we were running, there were some schools would look at us as like, coming and disturbing their routine. So this also has to change, right? I mean, so I think all the policy makers, the education, the sports, the health department, state Olympic associations, we all need to come together and sensitize this matter and create that program at a grassroots level to have a thing. For example, many schools conduct their annual sports. I'll just give you a recent example. So many sports are running. So we had a district athletic meet, and in that district athletic meet, we had, some children. I went and interacted with the schools, the teachers there. So they said, okay, how many children? Oh, okay, we've got 20 children, 30 children. How many? So which sports? Sprints. Okay, so which one? 100 meters. So I asked, do you know your time? Because you're supposed to be the topper from your school, right? You've been brought by the school. He said, sir, we don't know. So called the teacher. Said, do you know what is his time? Because you've selected him to come to this ground, right? To compete in a district level. Do you know his time? He said, no, we just hold a rope and we take the number 1, number 2, number 3. So I think these things need to be further, fine-tuned so that there is better grassroots upliftment of the benchmarks of the athletes. So I think it is very important at the village, block, district, and the state level that we have a proper structure. And I admit that there has been a constraint in budget allocation. Our attempts to push for the Meghalaya Games, the Northeast Games. So what happened in the Meghalaya Games? All the state associations got equal funding. I must confess that earlier in the past, many, many years ago, some association got 20,000, some association got 1 lakh, some association got 5 lakhs. Now it has been regulated based on performance, right? So if you don't have an activity, how do you get a grant? So I think it's an ongoing process. We have to work on this, and we are working on this to improve the system. We are trying to, this platform is another great exercise to create this awareness among the teachers, among the institutions, that there has to be a more regulated program when you conduct the annual sports, So for example, we just have one occasion where you have the annual sports. But if you look at our requirement from the state associations, we have a requirement for under 14, under 16, under 18, under 21, right? That is not existing in those two. So it's an ongoing process of educating, creating awareness with all the stakeholders. And the games, thankfully, is creating the buzzes in the district, because the games is also a representation of the districts. So now we have more districts, hopefully getting more active, right, and supporting and coming forward. That's
right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And to continue with this a roadmap to sports excellence, just like you had mentioned, that you need to have a kind of a calendar, I would say, a calendar throughout the year. A question to you, Sir Bante. How difficult is it to implement this, having academic calendar versus the sports calendar with schools?
Okay, once again, that's a very interesting question, because, just a couple of months back, we were having a discussion with the Sports and Youth Affairs Department with regards to incorporating the elements of sports and physical education in the entire curriculum and also in the academic calendar. So we all understand that, students are under a lot of pressure, because the academic calendar is designed in such a way that, they have a lot of internal assessments, because as you all know, now it's the assessment is also done in 2 forms. All right, you have the formative assessment and you also have the summative assessments. So students have to, go through a lot of internal tests, and even now, many schools are having 3 rounds of examinations, first term, second term, and third term. So, if this has to be introduced in the academic calendar, then everything else also has to be balanced. So, I totally agree with what President of MSOA had said just now, that, in this context, it's not just the education department alone which has to do the work, but it has to be done in collaboration with other departments, and the crucial department here would be the Sports and Youth Affairs Department. So when we finally decide to design the curriculum, then all these things will have to be incorporated in such a way that it brings about, it brings about a balanced framework for the students to be able to take up in each and every financial year. Now, again, when we talk about, for the school students, see, there are two things here which are very, very important, which I personally feel. Sports has two different elements. The first thing is actually the passion to be a sports person, which many of our youngsters have. And secondly, as time goes by, so they would actually want to convert that passion into a career. So there are two different elements here. And, a student who has a passion in sports and later on wants to pursue it as a career, then he or she would want that she or he would get the desired support, either from the government or from any other sources or agencies, so that they can actually make a career out of sports. So sports, as a career option is one of the best disciplined career options that anybody can think of. And the school actually provides that kind of a platform. And just to give you one more example, just 1 month back we had a video conference with one organization which is called the Abhinav Bindra Foundation. So this foundation has been working with many states in India, and now they are also planning to come to Meghalaya. And they've come up with this concept called the OVEP, or the Olympics Value Education Program. So out here, because in Meghalaya we have these grassroots football centers. So we're taking just one discipline here, which is football. So they've actually asked the education department to identify institutions which are in close proximity to these grassroots football centers, so that the coaches, the trained coaches who are there in these football centers, can in turn train the students and also train the teachers who are there in that particular school. Like, for example, we can have one, not exactly a PT teacher, but it can be some sort of a coach. These schools will have at least one teacher. Besides teaching, he or she can also engage himself or herself as a coach to actually train the students, to actually imbibe the values of sportsmanship in the students. So here it's not just about tapping the talent, but actually training them to become good sports persons, in future.
Thank you for that. And with that, we'll move on to the next sub-theme. This is what a lot of us would like to talk about. We talk about physical education as a career, as a roadmap. But one thing that we always miss is, how about adopting it as a way of life? Let me tell you an interesting fact that the National Mental Health Survey, you're talking about the health department, here it is, that 1 in 20 Indians, they suffer from depression, and a sizable number belongs to the 13 to the 17-year-olds. They include depression, they include agoraphobia, and the worst of the worst, drug use. Globally, they say mental health concerns basically accounts for 16% of the disease in adolescence. I would like to direct a question to Professor Kumar now. As a professor in NEHU, you're the director of sports. How do you think can you promote physical education as a lifelong habit for Meghalaya's youth?
Well, I think, thank you. Let me start by a confession maybe. I think that will set the tone. I'm a very avid sport lover. So when I made a house for myself and of course for the family, I did try to make a sporting facility at home, thinking that, if it rains, I should be playing some games. So I made a provision for table tennis and I played it. Then I thought it's important, kids are growing, you have to have maybe a basketball half court, if not full. I made that as well. Then as the child started growing, they seems to be totally, drifted from any kind of sporting activity. End up that sporting facility that I created for my kid actually end up using only by myself and my missus. So this is what actually is the current trend. That yes, we understand the school loads that they have. Yes, some of them will play in school, maybe football or whatever. But when it comes to really the physical activity that is going to be, let's say, eventually a lifelong, because for us who are adults, maybe 30 plus, 35, 40, sports is no more an option for a career. Rather, it's only for fitness, and it should stay lifelong so that you have a very healthy aging. You don't want to be looking like 60 years old when you are 35. Your all hair gone, you're pot-bellied and totally lethargic and so on and so forth. Now, but then, this is the problem of this current education system that I always say. Somehow or the other, we have not been able to tell our kids. Yes, that's why when I started with an example, I started from my home. And to a certain extent, I consider myself that maybe I have failed to encourage them to adopt sports as a way of life, not necessarily making it as a career, if you are not interested at all to make it as a career. But then I think this is where probably we have to relook at it, that how do we see sports in the short term, in the middle term, and in the long term. To me, and probably whoever has played sports, I believe that they see sports not necessarily as a career at this stage, but as a lifelong fitness regime. In the sense that, you want to grow old not too prematurely. And hence, when we look at our kids now, the load is so much in school that sometimes they don't find time at all. When they come home, they come late, they reach traffic jam and so on and so forth. By the time they reach home, maybe 4:30, 5 o'clock. If you stay Upper Shillong these days, you will reach home maybe 7 p.m., 8 p.m., you don't know when. We understand that they will not have enough time. And that's where probably, the at home, whatever you can, you have all limitations depending upon where we are staying. You may or may not necessarily have those facilities at home. You may not necessarily have it in your locality. You may not have it in your town and so on and so forth. But wherever it is possible, and that's where the school comes into play. And I do believe that, school is the right place where we can give enough time for our kids to really play to the fullest after they finish their academic routine. And that's why, too much stressing the academics sometimes becomes a problematic. Then you don't have time for students to relax. The end result is that when they come next day, they don't seem to have learned much of a lesson. Neither in school, nor at home, and neither they have picked up. And eventually they develop a habit where they become totally lethargic, totally detached from any sporting activity. And you have to force them, go out, leave your mobile, go outdoor, play, run, do whatever you want. But I think it is a big challenge for all of us as a society. I do believe that maybe time has come that we discuss this at the village level, because we all have a very beautiful setup of Dovashnong and so on. I think we need to discuss this. And many a time, we don't discuss these issues. We only talk about, all political agendas of the NGOs and the political parties. We forget that, the better living, what we call, the health and wellness that we speak about, nobody seems to be taking any interest at the grassroots level. Why don't Dervashnong speaks about it? That, okay, today we'll have, on a given nice Saturday or holiday, we have a thorough discussion on how to improve our overall health and wellness program inside the village, or at the town level and so on and so forth. Certainly, I think we as teachers have to play a critical role wherever we are, whether we are in school, in colleges or university, or in whichever capacity. I think we have to try to teach our kids that don't just devote your 100% time in one particular activity or one particular assignment. More so, not 100%, because, if you don't play, we all know, this is where we all have gone through. If you are only studying and you are not doing any physical activity, believe me, friends, you are not going to improve in any of your academic program. You will improve in your academic program provided your brain can relax, empty the tiredness that you had whole day. Then when the brain is fresh, you can put in whatever you want. If your hard disk is full, there is no space for it to put anything else. So sports as a relaxation has never been told probably to this generation. And I'm really sad, because this has to be told. We all learn this in our school. In our colleges and university, believe me, nobody taught us how to do physical education and sports sciences. These we learn in school. After that, if you have taken it as a career, yes, you go ahead and join some sporting institution, or otherwise you play it as a lifelong wellness regime so that you remain fit. And this whole Fit India movement, this is where I think our Honorable Prime Minister is very fit, we all know. I mean, he's close to 75 maybe, but he's still very fit. He inspires young generation, and I do believe that we all have to play a very, very critical role to say that, see, yes, you are struggling for a career, we understand. I know all these kids who are staying here in this hall, who are thinking about a career in different lines that you know that you need to earn money for a livelihood. But what will you do after that is the question. That once you are settled in life, do you become lethargic? Will you carry a pot-bellied everywhere? Tell to lift one small item, you say, no, my back is paining, my knee is paining, I cannot bend, I cannot crawl, I cannot, This is where I think the whole Indian society in general, when you look at, we have a very, beautiful culture of having multi-cuisine lunch and dinner with all sort of, tandooris and then kebabs and whatnot. We eat very well, but we don't burn very well. And this is the problem. And if you look at the difference between what Westerners and what we do, they also eat everything and they drink a lot. But they make sure that in the morning they will go for a long distance jogging to make sure that what you have put inside has to be neutralized. Your input and output has to be balanced so that you maintain a lifelong healthy life. Nobody should say that you should not eat this, you should not eat that. You eat everything that you want in your life, but make sure that you burn it out. And that's where the problem lies with our Indian population, and in general, and I take this full responsibility, that we try to spread this message that you need to do physical. You can't make any excuse. If you don't have any facility, you wear your shoe, go for a running. Go for jogging, you jog wherever you find. You go Shillong Peak, you go from Madan Laban to Lumparing and climb up to the viewpoint if you want. But do something. So you have no excuse. And that's what I said, when we were students, we were not from a very well-to-do family. We also struggled. We stayed in rented house. Water you have to fetch from somebody's house. But we still played. When we come to college, we played volleyball, cross-country. Until today, I still try to participate. Which means that should be as a habit. You cannot make excuse because I'm not having facilities, so I have this right to be lethargic. I think that is where we have to dispel this kind of notion that to be fit, you don't require equipment. Calisthenics teaches you how to do and maintain a fitness without any equipment at all. You can find anything under the sun to cling on to it, to lift it, but remain fit. And in beautiful state like ours, where we have such a beautiful landscape, I think you cannot have anything better than going for a hiking with 2 or 3 of your friends. Make sure don't carry beer, don't carry a lot of meat. I think that is good enough an exercise. So if we try to imbibe that, I would say that if we can imbibe this in our young kids, and that's why I make an effort even today that on a Saturday, generally I don't like to be involved anywhere because I like to go to my small farm where I will toil like a farmer and do a lot of games and sports and so on, whatever I can within my limit. And this is what we try to encourage the young kids. And I think in school, probably your parents and you yourself, because sometimes blaming the parents may not really help you for a long run. You may say your parents didn't tell you, but their parents might say, I sent you to school after paying you so much of fees. Do you think that this is also what I'm going to teach you? You're supposed to learn. You have a physical education chapter. There are books available for you, which you are doing in your schools. May not necessarily at the higher grades, but at a lower grade. But then, because of this current trend that we see, a lot of involvement in social media and so on and so forth, I think we have forgotten that our health requires more attention than that you are trying to see how many likes you are getting when you post an Instagram post of your beautiful, selfie or things like that. And hence, please, friends, I think this message, I love this kind of panel discussion because, we may be this many, but if each one of us can spread this message to a larger community when we go back to our institution, to our villages, to our Dorbarshonong and so on, I think it will spread the message. Message has to be spread that we need to be a fit country. We don't want to die at the age of 35 by cardiovascular diseases, and Indians are prone to it. By default, because of the kind of food that we eat, we are prone to premature death due to cardiovascular diseases. And very soon you'll find 35, 40, 45 years they have blocks in their arteries. Coronary artery, you have atherosclerosis is developing. You have block also of cholesterol that is depositing on your arteries. This is simply because we are not allowing our heart to pump the blood faster so that it cleans up. It's like a drain. In winter, drain is clogged. Come rain, you will see drains are clean. Why? Because the water is passing through in a forceful manner. Same happens with our arteries. If you are lethargic, blood will pass the normal. If you are lying down straight, heart doesn't have to pump so much. But if you are beating your heart fast on a regular basis, your heart has to work more. Your blood has to be pumped more, and your circulation will go faster. Chances of anything that is trying to clog your arteries will get cleaned. And this is precisely where I think probably in schools and colleges we have to teach that fitness doesn't mean you have to become a John Abraham or a Salman Khan. You don't need to. Fitness means you should feel good about yourself. If you are the age of 25, you should never look like 35 at all. You try to indeed, if you are 50, you should look like 25. This is what we have been preaching, and we have been trying to practice that. I want that if possible, when I'm at 60, 65, 70, I should look like 50, 55 at least, from the metabolic point of view. It means it will require you to invest, and I do believe that platform like this allows us to discuss this very issue, which many a time our leaders whom we have selected don't like to talk about it, because it doesn't fetch votes. You know, when leaders speak, they always look, who is going to fetch me votes if I speak something which is going to attract me more votes? Nobody likes to talk about health and wellness, because that doesn't guarantee you any kind of election win as such. But I think as a learned citizen of this great state of ours, and as fellow teachers, I think we all share the same common the concern that our growing population, including my own children, probably they are heading towards a very, very lethargic lifestyle, which is only going to create more burden to the healthcare system. Because we all know in this country, see, friends, let's be practical. This country's population is not going to slow down in next 20, 35 years. And hence, everything will be strained. Your healthcare system is strained. No matter what government does, you cannot make healthcare available to everyone. So why not do prevention? Because the old saying goes, prevention is better than cure. If you are fit, you don't need to go to any clinic ever. But if you are eating very well and not burning it, very soon you have to eat medicine like food and food like medicine. And this is the problem with our country. Thank you.
So on that note, I will also quench my thirst. And to continue with this, I have one more before we go to the final sub-theme. And this question will be directed to you, Arki. We've always known that there's a term known as public-private partnerships. So public-private partnerships, what do you think? What is the role of these public-private partnerships? And what role can they play in order to build, let's say, sports academies that can basically rival global centers of excellence?
Thank you so much. Very, very nice question, actually, something that I'm very passionate about. Something that the government, I think so, is actually investing and looking into it right now. And so public-private partnerships is something that I believe in sectors such as sports sector, the education sector. So, I mean, just yesterday I was having a discussion with a very good few of my friends from Delhi. And it's very shocking to see that the CSR funding for the Northeast is actually under 1% of the total expenditure that has been there. I've been advocating this for a long, long time. But however, coming to the public-private partnerships, I always believe that the government, or maybe the government especially, which has the funding to develop the infrastructural basis, the infrastructural foundations, for instance, sports. They developed the national games coming up. we have about, I think so, 1,400 to 1,500 crores, which has been designated or allocated just for infrastructural development. That is what the government needs to do. The government will provide these platforms, the government will set up the infrastructure, colleges, whatever. But how do you take that progress? How do you take athletes to become excellence? You can't keep expecting the government to pump in money each and every single day into a simple, like, hunting for thousands or lakhs and lakhs of athletes, hoping that one of them would win. What Sir is doing with Meghalaya Olympic Association right now, the STAR program, is actually one very, very interesting program which you should hear about, which they're actually identifying talent at a very young age, at a very young thing. And something which Sir did mention, the director had actually mentioned just earlier also, was in regards to how can the government intervene and bring in policies or bring in curriculums or bringing in a model or system of how these, the systems and the support for athletes to move forward. But however, government has, which is a public sector undertaking, right, has a lot of other burdens in its hands. Sports cannot be just the only thing. They've developed a platform for the public. They've set up this infrastructure. Now, how do you take it forward? This is where I've always been advocating this, that the state sports body associations have the capacity to actually approach and develop a private partnership, reach out to these. I remembered when when we were working with Reliance Foundation big time, or when I brought the Baby League, when we developed the Baby League, Meghalaya was the biggest Baby League center. We didn't immediately go to the government and say, fund this project. What I did is that I identified beneficiaries around students, parents, volunteer development, capacity building. Now in CSR funding, you need to understand this a lot. A lot of people misconcept that CSR funding, we should go and ask government, or we should go and ask a corporate for CSR funding for events. It doesn't work like that. It works for education, it works in certain trust areas. And that is where we need to be smart enough. We need to do our homework on what is the ease of business that will allow the private players to come and invest in these public infrastructure and the public setups that the government have already set up. Or even in the education system, which I think so we all have been seeing what is the ranking. I'm pretty sure there is a lot of factors that are affecting that. But just yesterday, again, I was just discussing, how do we create channels and systems once these infrastructure have been built up? I mean, I have some of my friends out here who are from Shillong Mail. They've been playing, Redeem is out here who's playing till the ISL. How do we take out more Redeems? How do we take out more Hardys? How do we take out more Eugenes? We can't keep looking at the government, we can't keep looking at the parents. They have limited capacities. Now we have to develop a system where private players can come in to fund such systems. Now how do we do that? We will definitely have to sit with the education department, the sports department, the state sports bodies. I believe the state sports bodies need to start looking at that. And another very, very important thing which we are not doing in Meghalaya or in the Northeast for that matter, which we are developing a system right now called data on demand sports. Data is very, very important to get these things. When I was pitching for private investors will only come in if they see there's a benefit to them. I think so Inspire Institute, Reliance Foundation wanted to set up an infrastructure out here. They've set up an infrastructure in Mizoram. They wanted to set up an infrastructure out here, but if we can't provide that support, if we can't provide that ease of doing business with them, or let's just say, because in the end, when, what's his name, the javelin?
Neeraj Chopra.
Yeah, Neeraj Chopra. So we were discussing with Neeraj, I was having a discussion with Neeraj Chopra and team as well one fine day, and they're like, in the end, they do all the hard work, but you will see Inspire there. That's what private people look for. They look for what is my brand, what benefits do I get if I come and invest in the state? I mean, that is something that we need to understand very loud and very clear. That government can only do so much. Government is going to set 1,600 crores to 2,000 crores just setting up infrastructure and preparing for the national games. The legacy of those infrastructure is something that we as a population we as sports promoters, whoever's sitting here, as physical educationists, as an institutions, even institutions actually, you can actually work around the NSDFs and actually see how you can link it up with that to actually provide scholarships for your athletes. You know, so it's not just always pointing fingers at one point. To get PPP model working, it's not just always depending on the government to say that they bring these people in. It's actually developing models and systems that invites them to come to you, invites them to come and say, TK, we will invest in this, we will work with you, and you are already identified by the government. So private-public partnerships is literally what is happening right now with AI and sustainability. The word sustainability is being thrown around freely. But before we throw that around freely, we need to understand what is the public doing to invite private investments? What is the public and sector doing? And when we say public, we don't literally just mean government. We mean us, each and every individual, because there's certain standards. When I did the baby league with Tata Trust, the beneficiary mapping was so large, and if I didn't give that, they were not releasing funds. So we need to understand how to go about these things. CSR funding is very, very low out here. Investment of private investments in sports right now in the Northeast will still be very far and large unless we create something. One of the projects which we've submitted to the government is a sports convention. We're hoping to conduct a sports convention out here. I was talking with Sir as well. And even in regards to fitness. So we had developed a proposal very similar to what Professor Kumar just mentioned. In regards to mental fitness, we conceptualized a concept called Mega Fit, aligning with Fit India. But we're not talking about fitness, physical fitness. We're talking about mental fitness, social fitness, and even we're doing the first fitness study actually in regards to that. So once we understand the study, why are all these small little the FIFA turfs, I think so you guys have seen a lot of futsal turfs everywhere. Now if you look at that, there is a saturation point that's going to reach in that. There is a break-even point that is going to stop, a saturation point is going to stop. That is when it starts hitting the business owners. Now we need to start making people understand how can sports intervene, how can the private people, when we're talking about private players, we're not just talking about the Reliance and the Ambanis, we're talking about even a 300 crore company trying to look in how do we invest in a school to take out a championship, because we need to know what are the goals and objectives. So basically this again is a very vast subject, but it's something that we need to look into. We need to definitely, especially with Sir, I mean, it's his, it's his advocacy that actually got us the national games. Him and Chiranjeev, Mrs. Soros in peace, and national games is going to come. What Sir mentioned earlier is that Maharashtra has gone to become a superpower. Manipur, Assam is becoming a superpower in national games. Now, once national games comes to Meghalaya in 2027, what do we do then? We have to look at private investors. We have to look at local private investors, local private systems that actually functions. How can the government and the private people work together, and how can this ease of doing business in sports become more effective? And that we need to work right now with data. We need to work that with collaborative systems that need to work together, and obviously, like you mentioned, it starts all the way from grassroots. It starts, and there's plenty of infrastructure. Like you had mentioned earlier, you had asked a question in regards to schools not having enough playing grounds. Something that, when I started my firm a long time ago, the first thing I did was a study on sports infra, community sports infra. I'm not looking at schools. I look at community because we are limited by spaces, but the community is not. And we are one society. If you look at the cultural, the traditional ways of the way we work, if those two things come together, institutions, communities, these two infrastructure, I believe, can actually happen, and we can create community grounds used by institutions, used by private players, where there's a win-win situation for everyone. So in the private-public partnership, I believe, I think so everybody understands the word, understands the term, but the systems to make it grow well in sports is something that I think so every stakeholder will have to look into it and see how we can actually invite investors to come in out here. Nita Ambani came all the way out here and she bought ISL. I've just set out a team right now. We're actually doing the sports contribution to the GDP, to the state GDP. We're trying to, just a basic one, a baseline study, you know, we're just trying to find out. And it's crazy what's happening with the sports development in Meghalaya right now. And we can be the next superpower. We can be the next hub of sports, hub of the Northeast. But we all need to come together to work towards that, or else it will not happen. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And we'll move on to the last sub-theme. And before I put forth to the Q&A, identification of talent. This is where, Bajon, you can lighten us on how basically Meghalaya will be developing this statewide talent hunt for the upcoming 39th National Games.
Yeah, thank you. So, regarding identification of talent for the 39th National Games, I'm very happy to tell you that we have had a one-to-one last 2 months, a committee, you know, a monitoring and supervision committee has been set up, chaired by the director, sports, myself as the co-chairman, and other members, the general secretary, Finally Paryal, and other members, vice president, joint secretary, MSOA. We've had a one-to-one meeting with each association. Because, you know, each sport has a different roadmap. So we've had this discussion with 26 associations in the last 2 months, one-on-one, and we were sitting from 8 o'clock in the morning till about 7 in the evening with each one, and some had to come back, and then, you know, so what is the team plan? So a lot of, as you know, we have about 20 months before the National Games. So as you're all aware, some associations have talent pool, some are in the tapping process, right? It's again all correlated with the, you know, the structure, the availability of infrastructure, coaches, which are, you know, a lot of associations don't have coaches. And so this matter has been, last 2-3 months we've been having these discussions, and the final proposal has been given to government, and that's how you saw the other day that these specific associations have been allocated. You know, that was the budget which has been announced for team preparation. Now each association again will be called to, you know, to prepare their documentation for training and equipments, hiring of coaches, and so on and so forth. So that preparation is going on. I want to make it very clear here to everybody so that you all understand what happens in the National Games, who participates in the National Games. It is the top, they say top 8, but it's actually top 7. So the top 7 of India will come to the National Games. We, Meghalaya, as the host state, we get automatic entry, and that means our state athletes will be competing with the world-class athletes. So, for example, like in football, right? In, I think it was in Goa, right? We were supposed to be, we were 7th, right? So it goes based on ranking. So in the football, they take the Santosh Trophy ranking, and we were 7th in the ranking. And suddenly the services then put up an objection and said, no, we services, on goal average, we are higher than Meghalaya. So the AIFF technical committee had to sit down again and review this. And then Meghalaya goal average was higher by the services, so they became number 7, we became number 8 in Goa. But then because of the Goa being the host state, so they get automatic entry, and they were number 8, we became number 9, so we missed out in Goa Nationals. So I want to tell you this very clearly, that the world rankings, the top world athletes of India will come to the National Games. Meghalaya, are we ready to compete with them? That's the question. Honestly, you can't produce a champion overnight. I mean, I'm being honest over here. In some cases, we may be, like in the recent performance in kayak and canoeing, we produced medals at the national games after a period of almost 12, 14 years. And so, like I said earlier, it took Maharashtra almost more than 40 years to become the world champion, the top ranking state in India in the nationals, right? So we are just planting the seeds now and hoping that these athletes, which the state associations will be investing, will not only be for nationals, it's for nationals 2027 and beyond. Because we got some other nationals coming up. We got India now bidding for the 2036 Olympics. And I'm hoping that this investment, this investment will pave the way for Meghalaya to produce national athletes. And a little bit on what kind of talent ID is happening in Meghalaya also, I think I'd like to share with you. So you have various institutions, organizations conducting talent, right? We have many academies. I was quite surprised, even football academies. There's so many in Shillong, in Meghalaya. So we have the regular central authority, which is Sports Authority of India. They have their own talent identification. They announce, once a year. There'll be, so like in Shillong, in Meghalaya, I think there are only 5 sports under SAI. Football, karate, boxing, judo, and things like that. So SAI Shillong will do their own talent ID. They call an advertisement. They have their own parameters to check and identify talent. Now we have another program introduced by the Government of India, which is called Kyrwoh India. So Kyrwoh India mission in Meghalaya is only 3 sports. That is only football, athletics, archery, and boxing. 3 athletics, archery, and boxing are under the Kyrwoh India program. I wish we could do all 30, 40 sports, or at least 10 sports. But nevertheless, so Kyrwoh India is also running a program in Meghalaya. They have already inducted around over 70 children in a program, and they're being trained and mentored by professionals, high performance directors. That is also a program funded by the Government of India. Now, MSOA also has gone forward, introduced another program. So we have more or less 3 methodologies currently in Meghalaya. And probably we would be one of the few states in the country who have adopted this kind of a methodology, using methodologies introduced by Olympians from US and Australia. It's a small program, nevertheless, but it is beginning, which started in 22, and it's beginning to produce results. To the effect that in the last year's athletic meet, state level, 3 children under 18, 3 children from this program won 7 medals, 6 gold, 1 silver. Today we're seeing results that in this program, for the first time in Meghalaya, we are breaking records in certain events. So we have an athlete now in Meghalaya whose 100-meter time is under 11 seconds, which has never happened before. We have an under 14-year-old girl, all the way from Resubelpara, who has broken the Meghalaya records in long jump. But she's an underage, so she could not participate in the Meghalaya Games. So I don't know if you understand that. She's broken a senior's long jump record, but she's underage, so she can't go. So I'm very, very positive, very happy that this program is going on, and we hope the government will continue this so that we can identify true talent. So there are 3 methodologies, maybe it could be 4 also, because the sports association themselves also are conducting their own program. You know, so like the Department of Sports has this grassroots, football grassroots centers, so they are also identifying talent. So there are various methodologies, and we have very many senior coaches. If we look at football, so we have many senior coaches who are also undertaking their own, you know, set up their own academies and identifying talent that way. So I'm very excited in that context, but I would like to also just suggest, I made a note of some of the points. I would like to suggest some solutions, right, in this aspect. While considering the issue that we have very few physical education teachers vis-a-vis the number of schools, right? So I think it is extremely urgent to utilize trained community volunteers and retired athletes. That's number 1. So in fact, in a meeting with the government, we had suggested, can we tweak the Manrega, right? You have that village health sanitation committee in every village. Village health sanitation committee in every village. So can it be tweaked, you know, to have these some fitness program, right? So to utilize trained community volunteers and retired athletes. So every village will have some athlete, some community trained volunteer. The other thing is, can the principals, can the education department engage with the institutions to integrate PE into regular teaching? So yes, in the meantime, if they, because of funds constraint, if they can't appoint the teachers, then can we look into the possibility of integrating PE curriculum as part of the regular teachers? Can we have a little mix on that? If there's some teachers who are willing to volunteer, maybe there'll be a better, a little bit of an incentive for them to do that. We can, the institutions can consider this. Schools, colleges, can they partner with the sports associations? Right? So we've got 14,000 schools, and 6,000 of them, as you said, have play fields. Can some of these schools adopt certain sports? So we have to host 38 to 36 sports for the national games. So can some of the schools adopt 5 sports, some schools 2 sports, and things like that? Advantage of digital and broadcast. Like today we are very thankful to Yuria for providing his channel to promote this discussion. So can we use this medium? Not only we are talking today in Khasi, can we do it in the vernacular language, for Garam Hills and this side. So digital broadcast to utilize to create awareness. And can the schools also promote internships? Of late, I know Shillong College has promoted internships in the subject of sports or physical education. So that is another one. And can we incentivize ambassadors to visit schools? So we have so many, top known athletes. Instead of calling us, can we call these top athletes to give their talk, right? To give their experience, to share their experience. Can we make, them the main guests in the next programs, right? So they become the ambassadors of the state and then inspire, as the Honorable Minister has said, that, once you have an athlete in front of you who has accomplished, they inspire, they automatically inspire. So we use the digital medium to create this awareness that, yes, we have so many sports, and this is the thing. So I would like to also share with you that now, today, because of that program, a scientific program that Meghalaya government has supported, we today have a tentative list of priority sports. And you'll be shocked. One of the priority sports which has been recommended by these experts were that gymnastics is supposed to be your priority number 1 sports in Meghalaya. Number 2, weightlifting. Because of the body type, because of our genetic nature, these are the sports which have been identified. And in addition to other sports, all combat sports, They have said, yes, swimming, but please concentrate on diving. So I actually went and checked the national games. So you see Meghalaya athletes, and then you see the Haryana, then you see the Kerala, then you see Bengal. So they're all 6.5 feet. So diving, yes, we have huge advantage. So can we figure out how to put resources, infrastructure, a diving infrastructure, in areas where we have a lot of children, because you have to know how to swim before you dive. So I have, in our program, wherever we visited any of these areas which were near the water bodies, you had a lot of children who knew how to dive, who knew how to swim. So can we look at having infrastructure in those areas? So talking with the schools, institutions, can you promote diving, right? So I think these are just a few things which I want to share as solutions. Can we use community volunteers and retired athletes to fill in the gap, the huge gap that is existing now, to fill in the gap of, as you suggested earlier, you know, the interim gap till we have a qualified physical education teacher in every block, or maybe, you know, every center. Thank you.
Can I just add something?
Yeah.
I could not resist, but trying to add something. Hello, yeah. See, what Bakar Sheng is saying is correct, you know. But we are also looking at, and please correct me wherever you think that I'm deviating. You know, for a podium finish, any international events, we have seen that you need preparation of at least a gap of, say, 4 years. Let's say between one Olympics to the next and so on, football and so on and so forth. Now, if you look at the overall picture, let's say, I'll just give you a brief statistic so that I can drive home my point. If you look at the EU in general, European Union, the European trend of spending on sports is about 0.7 to 0.8% of the GDP. Ireland 1.5, France say 0.55, USA 1% of the GDP, China 0.78, Japan 2.4% of the GDP. When it comes to India, it is 0.012% of the GDP, based on 23, 24 say budget estimates that we have. Interestingly, Meghalaya, I mean, of course, you know, it is largely attributed to the 39th game that is under preparation for the 2027, where 39.18 crore has been given, roughly about $4.7 million. Interestingly, if you look at the Meghalaya picture, which is 0.5 to approximately 0.8% of the gross state GDP, is where sports is you are investing, which means it looked like almost at par with major sporting countries. Yet, we find it very difficult to get people to have podium finishes. Now, this is where I'm trying to maybe make a suggestion vis-a-vis if it is feasible. You know, I believe that, you know, when we are preparing for our athletes and sports person, we should always focus, naturally you have jotted down a list of the events, but I would say that we should always assess what are our strengths. Based on the overall performance over the period of time, I think you have to look at where do we stand chances of winning medals. Say, for example, it could be long distance, could be swimming, archery, martial arts, football, and so on and so forth. But then, you know, I would say that if we are preparing for 2027, because our whole idea is, and your question is that, how do we prepare so that we fetch the maximum numbers of medal and podium finish? Now, can we, you know, we had the Meghalaya Games for last several years. We might have selected young talents last year, last to last year, and I believe that we should not have any more Meghalaya Games till 27. Whoever were podium finishers, if you think that they are potential medal winner at the national level, why not spend this money of 39.8 crore that includes, of course, funding 26 states sports association, creating, say, 1900 crore you have for sports facility, 50 artificial turf, then PS Angma Sports Complex, 127.7 crores, and so on and so forth. Then you also have Star Talent Identification Program, then you have sports scholarships, Meghalaya Games, and so on and so forth. Why not we invest a big chunk of this money, apart from creating the infrastructure for the national game, to groom these medal finishers already of last year and last to last year? Train them for approximately, say, 2 years or 20 months, whatever we have. If you think that they require the training to be sent outside the state, outside the country, send them, use this money. Don't try to find another pool of talent by creating another Meghalaya Games comes January 2026. Why? Because you have already selected this medal winner for last few games. If you think they fits in well with their age and their timing, etc., why not? This is the pool that you have available with you. Train them now. Give them the best world-class food, diet, and everything that they need so that they become podium finishers. Because I see it it is very difficult for a state like ours, which is small, to have Meghalaya Games every year, and then what happens to those talents? Where do they go? Why don't they reach at the national level? Which means that if we have identified them, why not give them proper training? So that, when comes the Meghalaya Games in 2027, the national game in 2027, some of those have already been exposed to world-class facility and training, and they will be the podium finishers. This is what I thought should be probably our approach, just as a suggestion, if it is feasible, that we should not try to look for more talent anymore. Because you already did Meghalaya Games for several years. Certainly the last year, and maybe last to last year. Why not groom them well and train them so that they be the podium finishers? Because I do believe that in a span of 1 year, I don't know how many new talent will come. This is because that's how the sporting events, apart from the time and duration that is needed for preparation, it is also for an athlete to train for 3 years, 4 years, and then come the big events, they can deliver their medals, whether it is gold, silver, or bronze. This is what I thought I would just add up to what Akash Singh has said. Thank you.
Yeah.
One point to just clarify that the Meghalaya State Olympic Association, along with the Department of Sports, the government of Meghalaya, we had already decided not to conduct the Meghalaya Games as one of the steps to purely focus on the national games. Once the allotment was made, announcement made by the government of India and the Indian Olympic Association. So we've already decided to put a cap on that till we complete the national games. Number two is that is exactly what we have done last 3-4 months. All the state associations have brought in their roadmap to the committee, the monitoring and supervision committee, and the focus now, the grant which was announced by the government recently for 39 crores was for the various associations to hire professional coaches to train the association's probable team, for the next 21s. So that is already ongoing. But as the sports, as the nature of sports is always there, you will find that every year someone is no more a junior because of age, so he's become a senior, right? So it is like a tap that you are not supposed to shut the tap. You're supposed to continuously have. It's like we have our annual sports. We are supposed to continuously keep looking out for talent because you don't know where suddenly somebody will come. Like you see in the Diamond League, in the World Athletics, you see in the Diamond League, suddenly somebody new will come and create a new record. So this is something which we in the state associations are continuously following up and making sure that, the best person, because also we have to consider the benchmarks, the times of the country, right? So we can't send somebody who will run for 15 seconds to compete in somebody who's already hitting under 10 seconds, right? So it is a constant process.
So that was the marathon panel discussion, which we basically touched upon the various spectrums of physical education. We now come to the other stakeholders of this program, the audience comprising of students, coaches, athletes, teachers, managers, or so-called budding people who would like to take a step into sports as a career. If you have any questions, this is your platform. This is the time that you have to throw on them. Just 1 second. Mike? Yeah, so the questions can be in the vernacular language. There is no bar. Okay, sports has no bar in terms of language. So if you're comfortable in your vernacular language, please feel free to do so. Could you mention your name as well?
My name is Alejandro Wanchanchada. I'm a physical educationalist. So my first question is, actually, I wanted to ask this question to the director of sports, but sadly they're not here. It's actually for sports excellence, but they're not here. It's so sad that they're not here. But okay, I would direct the question to John Karshieng. So, as you've spoken, that there are major superhouse of sports like Maharashtra and all that. So they became a superpower in sports and all because they've involved physical educationalists in officiatings, in volunteers, in their various games. Okay, but I've noticed that there was no involvement of physical educationalists in Meghalaya games or so. So why they're not involved in these games? And for the upcoming national games, we would like our fellow physical educationalists to be involved.
That's a good point. Physical education teachers for the Meghalaya Games or the national games, we will take that point, but just to reply to why they were not involved, it is because each sports association have their own technical officials. So if any of the, if any of your physical education teachers are from a specific background, because you have to be a technical official in that program. So, but otherwise there is scope as volunteers or as, volunteers and in other committees maybe. So this point we will take up with, we will suggest to the government if the association can also approach the Department of Sports, because there's it is a joint collaboration between the department and MSOA. So the MSOA is representing the various associations. Even in terms of volunteers, the sports associations has what we call, there are two kinds of volunteers. Sports specific volunteers. So we had in Giant Hills, so maybe athletics, they call their sports specific athletic volunteers to become their volunteers. So this is totally decentralized. It is based on the state sports associations and government committees which are run, say, for transport, accommodation, catering. That committees are then handled by the department.
I would just like to add up, as me myself also, I've been residing in Maharashtra. So they include us in these Zila Parishads for officiating and all, because see, it's not just physical education what we're studying, it's physical education and sports. So officiating, all these are in our curriculum. It's in our curriculum. So I would just like to add that up.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. We will flag it up with the we'll flag it up with the government. But like
just add the point for the future, for the upcoming national games.
Yeah, surely. I would request the association to also put up a note to the, because from MSOA it is limited. I can tell you from now clearly, it is dependent on the state sports association. Now, your involvement could be with the various other committees, which Department of Sports, and we will also make a point to say, can we engage them, can we utilize them, provided they are free to come and, volunteer for this. But it's a good idea, and we will take it forward. But like I said, related to sports association, it is sports specific. So if you are a referee, then you get into a referee as in badminton, or a jury in shooting. So they have to be qualified people to be the technical officials. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, one sec. You want to add something on that? Just one sec.
So in regards to your question to sir, so we are actually developing a proposal actually very, very soon in regards to human resource development in sports, a repository kind of concept. So hopefully we will be sitting with Bajon as well very soon, and hopefully we can come up. We have identified, we have gone to other states as well, and we have seen this situation happen. So bringing the national games here is already a big event, and I'm pretty sure we will. I'm pretty sure the government is also an Eastern Bajon, and we are working on something that, that will actually be very, very similar to what you're asking. So I hope you check it out, you look it out, and hopefully everything goes out well for everyone.
One more just clarification. There's another aspect where the association can get involved, and that is where Arki and team, they are into, not only them, there are others who get into events, the events management. So that is something where the association can also, get involved in terms of events and contribute to their ability.
Right, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Myself, Dhananjay Chakravarti. I'm representing here Laimukra Bengali Higher Secondary School. As well as I have been working as a yoga lecturer in government PGT college, that is B.Ed college, for the last 10 years. As well as I'm working in St. Anthony's College, Department of Education, yoga education. Actually, our esteemed panelist has enlightened us on different aspects. I just want to add, and I just want their opinion also, that physical education is not only emphasized on sports and games. I say it is a core subject which will be enhancing all other subjects. If I taught in JNB as a PT teacher in 27 years back. So my age you can imagine. And now also I'm doing that. And I can say, esteemed panelist, professor from NEHU told about the JNBians. How much fit in all respect. And if you see their career, it goes like anything. Almost 99% of JNBians, because of this physical education, is a part and parcel of their budding stage. So physical education is not only emphasizing on competition, game and sports, but also it enhances any subject. Suppose I want to be a lecture teacher, I want to choose art stream, my path should be with the way of physical education. And modern time physical education includes yoga education as well as. It has become a synonyms because it gives you mental boosting. One term, Bajan also included that one, that physical education and health. Actually, I'm saying that one term is fit for this physical education course or classes. It's called overall personality development of human being should be treated as the subject. If you take physical education in the school level, and it should be from bottom to top, not to top to bottom. Because as panelist professor has said, you cannot do. Now today morning also I ran for 10 kilometers when I'm 51 years old. It cannot be start now. It should be starting in the beginning. And if I start in my childhood, then only I can enhance any of the subject. Basically, my subject is literature. And my physical education has helped me to concentrate, to develop my mental health, to make me more perfect on my subject. So physical education should be more wider sense. And I feel you all have touched in that point. Just want to include that one, if I am correct. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that. Any other questions? Yep, the lady.
Respected panelists, thank you so much for your views that you've shared. I have a question. This question is for all of you, and you can share your perspectives maybe if you feel free so. So the question goes like this. So nowadays we've been seeing that there are a lot of sports academies and clubs being set up, and that's actually a very good initiative. And for this, only few students who are capable to go and afford to really get in the clubs and all. But for most kids, especially in the rural areas in Meghalaya, school is the only place where they can discover their talent in sports. So why does it feel like school level physical education isn't getting the same attention? And also, don't you think so that strengthening the physical education in schools should be the first step before focusing on elite levels? As you've mentioned before also that maybe we can groom on existing athletes, but probably if we can see now, maybe some deserving athletes are also there. Why not look upon them as well? So this is my question.
Okay, well, let me try to not really answer it, but maybe adding to what you have just said. No, you are right. You know, the sports academies are really costly. Indeed, why I know, because I have tried to send my son to one of the academy in the south, and I realized that the fees are too high, even for me. So we get a decent salary, I would say, being in a central university. But that fees, I thought it was too much even for me. Then I can understand that how the major lot probably will face that difficulty. And that's where probably, you know, we go back to the basics. And you are right, you know, school and particularly the government schools. And that's why, you know, of late, when you look at, you know, when I'm sure, no, we all share the same thought. We all studied from government school. I have never studied in my life in any private school, by the way. And if you ask me today, I would say those schools where I have studied are much, much better than the school that I see today. And that school, those schools were in a village, in a small town, where you go by walking or by bicycle. Even teachers never had a car those days. Things have changed, I agree. But then, you know, I think this is where probably the government and, of course, particularly the education department has to, and in collaboration with Sports and Youth Affairs department, probably have to look at the realistic picture that in a village where you have people who can't afford a big, fees to send their kids, although they might be talented, how best you can create sports infrastructure so that, you know, do you nurture them, at least let them show what they have. And if you can create with a good trainer, and this infrastructure should not be restricted to one school. Like I re-emphasize the same. Time has come that we call a spade a spade. There may be n numbers of schools. You know, in a locality where I stay, you won't believe there are 8 schools. And each school probably have 5-10 children in each class. But each school doesn't want to give it up. Why not pull them all together? But that will require a larger query. But then government schools are the place where, and I do believe, and I have seen, I was working as a teacher before I joined my master degree program in Nehu. I was a school teacher in one of the middle school somewhere in Jaita Hills. I have seen that, you know, government schools have always the better infrastructure. But the maintenance has always been an issue. Teachers are very well paid. Compare them to private school, you will say that this is really, you know, an insult to your education, the kind of salary that they get. Whether it is primary school, middle school, secondary school, or higher secondary school, teachers are very well paid, staff are very well paid. They will have good buildings, but ultimately it is the administrator, be it the principal in charge or whoever, who have to run the show. And somehow or the other, these are the lot that actually does the least in terms of making an effort to make education better. And you will see when you compare one-to-one, a private school with least facility does better or gets better grade than this government school. It indicates that maybe the view of school that we had is totally outdated. And I will believe that he is also there from education department. I do believe that, you know, the younger lot, because these days I see all younger MCS joining in. One of my relatives have just completed. He has been posted as assistant commissioner in Tura. I see young lots coming with newer ideas. I think time has come that you shun those old ideas, which is not fetching us anything. More so because it is degrading our education system. Like I said, you know, when you come to university, you can't do much. When you come to college, college cannot do much. What you have to do is at the school level. And that's why from my earlier times, I have always emphasized that school education cannot be compromised, come what may. You can do away with higher education if somebody doesn't want to go. It's his choice. But if you compromise your primary education and middle school education and secondary education, I think we are not going to produce any human resource that is worth anything in next 5-10 years. So I do believe that you are right. I think we should focus on addressing, and you know, and I like this government, you know, this, at least the current Meghalaya government seems to be trying to take administration to the grassroots. And two areas that I will always raise a red flag is education and health. And hence, because this comes in the larger picture of education, I would say that, I think time has come that we give emphasis on sports education, physical education. And he rightly said, when you are trained well from your school, you don't have to be trained during your college and university days, you will train yourself. Somehow we have not been able to do, and I fully share your concern that we have actually following the outdated system, which totally needs to be rooted out. Maybe a newer thinking has to be brought in so that physical education, because physical education is not only as a career for sports person, it's also for the trainers, for the referees, for the umpires, and so on and so forth, who will be involved in some sports or the other. And overall, in the end of the day, he will have a total well-being in his entire life. Like he said, he's 51, close to my age. He's running 10 kilometers. Ask any youngster today who are in school, let's run with me. They will say, no, I can't because I go out of my breath even after taking few steps. This is the reality of today's time. I think we have to relook at this, and I do believe that this kind of panel discussion, when it reaches to a larger live audience, I think everybody should think on this line that what best we can do so that we become not only a nation where everybody will have employment of one kind of other through physical education, but also a very fit country. And it has to start from the grassroots level. It has to start from the last men in the line who have nothing really except waiting for the government to take initiative. And I share your concern because I always consider myself a man of a rural village. So I always have this soft corner, and I do believe that if you can address that issue, maybe you don't have to worry when they come to university. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I also have another question following that up. So since the beginning of the discussion, we've been discussing about sports being really important for every age group. So now as we look upon the importance of physical education teachers as well, which you can see that in most of the schools, some schools, they recruit teachers which are not supposed to be within the physical education system. So BA, BCA, but then when we see physical education teachers are unemployed, they are searching for jobs, which is really hard, we are facing problems, a lot of problems. So I guess maybe if bring up an initiative for that as well, to bring up schools which will recruit physical educationalists, graduates for that too, we'll appreciate it much.
That's a very valid question, and partly I think I've answered that in the earlier part of this panel discussion, that currently of course we have to accept that as far as physical education is concerned, it has not gone into the secondary level and below that. But of course high secondary level, as I've told you, physical education is a part of the curriculum, and also a syllabus has been designed for that purpose by MPESA. So, your question with regards to employment or, hiring of teachers who are qualified in physical education, of course, because physical education at the high secondary level being a subject, so teachers are being hired based on the qualifications. So those teachers who are qualified as physical educators, those teachers only are hired. But of course, like you mentioned, the reality is that, at the secondary level, of course, we do have some schools who have PT teachers, but of course, these PT teachers do not have the desired qualifications. So because of that, of course, the desired output, which is supposed to be there, it is not happening. But, if we take the state at large, what we need to understand is that, there has to be a change. There has to be a systemic change. All right. So like Honorable Minister had mentioned in the morning that, this initiative will be taken up by the government to introduce physical education at all stages of schooling. So I believe that with this initiative, then, this system will undergo a very big change. So even in terms of grooming students or children right from the, grassroots level, right from a very tender age, this can actually happen. And I would also second the view of one of our panelists with regards to
the PPP mode. See, I'll tell you, in the context of the current administration today, be it the state government and more so with the central government. Now, central government is encouraging a lot on the PPP mode. Now, we have a lot of private players, we have a lot of these private organizations who are ready to invest in states in India, including our state also. And I'll tell you, these organizations, there are many organizations which belong to this category, which is called the not-for-profit organizations. So what they normally do is that they mobilize the funds from Government of India, from various ministries, and they bring these concept papers to the different departments in our state. It can be the sports department, it can be the education department, whichever department is applicable to them. So they bring the concept papers and they pilot the project. And I'll tell you, when they pilot the project, it can be for 6 months, it can be for 1 year. The pilot project is entirely free of cost. So after they complete the pilot project, if it becomes successful, then only the investment will start. So the investment will happen through funds coming in from the central government and also coming in from the state government. So sports as a department, sports as a discipline is one of the most happening disciplines or the most happening, disciplines or departments that is going on right now. And particularly so because we are gearing up for the upcoming Meghalaya Games. So, even for this also, I've mentioned you about, this organization called Abhinav Bindra Foundation. So Abhinav Bindra, I think we all know he's a gold medalist in shooting once upon a time for India. So he also started an organization, and now this organization is getting a lot of support from Government of India. So we do have a lot of foundations, we do have a lot of academies who also do a lot of work, who do a lot of work for the public. Meaning that, because the question which you earlier mentioned that we do have academies which are very expensive, all right? So it becomes very difficult also for the government to sponsor each and every athlete to such academies. Why? Because they charge exorbitant fees or they charge very high fees. But of course, we do have academies, like for example, our panelists had mentioned about, the Ambanis. So we do have academies which actually work at the grassroots level and which are ready to invest in Meghalaya. So the only thing is that we have to be opened for such investments. So the other point which he had mentioned, the ease of doing business, the procedures involved in that ease for doing business, they have to be simplified. They have to be modified, they have to be simplified, and the people at large, they have to be ready for investments to happen if we want our athletes to do well. Because I'll tell you, 2027 Meghalaya Games, it's not just about us hosting the games and participating in the games. It's a big prestige issue for us also if we can win a good number of medals. Because I'll tell you, if we host the games, if we end up winning just 1 or 2 medals, it ultimately will become a prestige issue for us. So we want that, gearing up for the 2027 Meghalaya Games, we should be ready because we still have time. So we should be ready with the investments that will come. We should be ready with the sports infrastructure that, that will be coming up in our state, and to groom our kids in such a way that, in 2027, it will be a prestige. And like our panelists had mentioned, the podium finishers. All right, we should be able to have a good number of podium finishers. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I think we've come to the, okay, so would like to add something to that.
Yeah, can I just reply to the lady who had put up the question, why is it not at the school level? So that is why I had suggested a solution. In the interim, in Australia, in Sweden, it is mandatory up to 10.
Correct.
Up to age 10, it is mandatory to have physical education. And that's why you see Australia is like one of the top 10 Olympic medal winners, and besides other sectors. So in our context, a developing country, we need to have, we know the problem. Everybody knows the problem. The issue is the how to fix it. So in the interim, What I had suggested was, we are happy also, Honorable Minister had hinted today that they are looking at, the creating a department, and which will also, as Director now has mentioned, that, there's a possibility of government schools also inducting these, the physical education subject and teachers. And so in the interim, the point is, can we tap the community volunteers and the retired athletes? In every village, 6,000 villages of Meghalaya, right, to start something on fitness, as Professor Kumar has said, can we do something into fitness which will contribute towards better health? So yes, you are right, it should start from the school, so I think it requires a review. We have also approached, we're very happy that Government of Meghalaya had also constituted a Meghalaya Education Commission. So we are also eagerly awaiting for that, a report from the Meghalaya, and as a Meghalaya State Olympic Association, we went and placed our, our issues there, and also identified the absence of physical education teachers there. So we've given it in writing to the Meghalaya Education Commission. So the commission has, I think for now, submitted an interim report. We're waiting for the full report, and hopefully that will then suggest not only about physical education teachers, they are looking at the whole issue of what to do with a school with only 10 children. So as a citizen, as a community, we have to take, the government and the people have to take a very, very strong position on this. We can't continue like this. So these are just my points, that the process is ongoing right now.
Thank you, sir. So we've come to the end. I would like to call, once again, a big clap to our panelists out here. They've been sitting and really throwing all their knowledge. Thank you. I couldn't introduce Bante Lang. He's the Director of Education. School education, sorry. I have to be precise. Yes, school education. So now I'd like to call upon Ms. Shri Mebanrap Khongwer, who's the Assistant General Secretary of the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Okay, good afternoon once again, everyone. It's with great honor and gratitude that I deliver this vote of thanks at the conclusion of today's insightful and very meaningful panel discussion on the theme Physical Education from School to Sports Excellence, organized by the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association in collaboration with Shillong College. This event has been a remarkable confluence of ideas, experience, and vision, and we are truly privileged to have had such esteemed panel with us today. A big thanks to Sri Rakam A. Sangma for sparing his valuable time to grace this program as the chief guest, and the principal of this institute as the guest of honor, and the vice principal for being with us earlier. Also the principal and vice principal of the Shillong College High Secondary Education. We are also truly grateful to our esteemed panelists, our wonderful moderator, Shri Pinchnganlang Nicholas Kyrwoh, for steering the discussion so smoothly and keeping it engaging throughout. Shri Bantelang J. Kharshandi, Shri John F. Kharshieng, Professor Lakhon Kama, and Shri Arki Nongrum for sharing their knowledge, ideas, contribution, their experiences. Each one of you have brought so many unique things to the table, and we have learned so much from your insight. A big thank you for Ba Kyrwoh for arranging the sound for us, Ba Alfred for arranging the internet facilities. A special thanks to Shillong Mail, Pak Kerman Yuria as its editor for broadcasting this event live, and also to the office of HSPDP for providing a space for us for our preparation. We'd also thank all the principals and vice principals of various schools and colleges, all the attendees, educators, students, teachers, coaches, NGOs, and guests for joining us in this meaningful dialogue. A special word of thanks also goes to the team members of the Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association and Shillong College for their tireless effort behind the scene, to our technical and support staff who ensured today everything ran so smoothly. So as we leave here today, let us carry the ideas and inspiration shared in this room and work together to strengthen the pathway from school level physical education to sporting excellence. Kublai Shibon, Mitela, and Kublai. I also request all the members of the MPESA, Meghalaya Physical Education and Sports Association, to please stay back for a while as we need some important things that needs your presence. Thank you.